internet, please. Oh my god, it went down to green right before we're about to start. Don't jinx it, everybody. Alright, don't jinx it. And yes, Harris Heller does make some damn good vaporwave. I should learn how to make vaporwave music. We're in the green square zone, folks. For those of you who are not aware of what I'm talking about, OBS has a little marker, a little square down by your bit rate for when you're streaming. And it goes from green to like a yellowy green to yellow to orange to red, depending on how good your internet connection is. I'm sitting here talking in my starting soon screen while the music is drowning me out. I hope that is just loud enough that it is not drowning me out, folks. Guys, gals, non-binary pals, I should not prioritize guys. That's kind of sexist and patriarchal. Gals, non-binary pals, and men. Welcome to the Rogue Room. My name's Abigail Beck. How you going, folks? How's it going? It's been, what, 6 days since I streamed last? So, the week before that was already marred by the fact that I was dealing with lady problems. Yes, I'm not kidding. And then last week, I had some, like, shit. I had a complete and total mental breakdown on Wednesday night, and then I just didn't decide to stream for the rest of the week. It was great. On the plus side, though, I got some of my work done on my upcoming video essay, so that's something. My script is now at 6,000 words, which puts me at an estimate of about a half an hour long video, if I do it correctly, so that could be fun. It has been 1 week. It's been 1 week, well, just about. Just shy of. I'm back now, though. I'm back now. I'm chilling out. I'm vibing. I'm hanging. I'm doing the whole thing that we usually do here on the show. Are my tags on? My tags are not on. Give me a sec. My tags are not on. What the hell is this nonsense? Hang on a second. And I think it was news. I can't remember what tags I usually have, but they weren't on. My tags were not on, and my title is Huge Lesbian Socialism for some reason. I guess we're going to do something a little bit socialist tonight. I do want to talk about more socialist-y stuff, so that's a thing that we could get into. Spreading the good word of the cause and all of that, because I'm not a very good socialist. I'm honestly a pretty bad socialist. I'm a terrible communist. Definitely a bad capitalist by every stretch of the imagination. Like, I just don't align with capitalist policies, period. But anyway, finally you can catch one of my streams. Fuck capitalism, yeah. Can we get some fuck capitalism in chat? And yeah, I'm kind of like biker goth Abby at the moment. I'm doing whatever this is, because, like, honestly, one of my sports bras just totally works as a crop top. And I'm like, I feel like just wearing this would probably be a teeny bit with, TOS. Even though there's, like, what is that? There's a bit of, like, faux leather off my faux leather jacket crumbling off onto my skin. Great. Fantastic. Frick capitalism. Yeah, it won't let you put fuck. Of course it won't. Of course it won't. At any rate, welcome in, folks. I hope you're all doing well. Frick capitalism. Get some frick capitalism in the chat. Just don't admit it's a bra. I mean, realistically speaking, could I actually get in trouble for this when you think about it? Because, like, people literally, I see, when I used to be able to go to the gym, I'd see people in much more revealing sports bras than these. I see people walking around doing their exercises wearing more revealing sports bras than these. This is effectively a crop tank top, right? If I get into trouble, I will start some shit with this platform. I will. Speaking of left comms, what do I think of Demon Mama and or Bad Bunny? I don't know enough about Demon Mama to make a judgment. I like Bad Bunny to an extent. I mean, Bad Bunny strikes me as a cool person generally. She's always been very polite to me. Which I know is not really the best way to judge a person. They've been nice to me. Yeah, but some people can be assholes. But I do generally agree with her stances and her viewpoints, honestly. Like, even the $5 thing, a lot of people give her shit for the $5 thing, but I completely agree with her stance there. People on here are in bikinis, yeah, I know. So, and there was a whole discussion around that recently. I think this cropped up. We'll do this. We'll bring this up right now. Let me find this. No, top viewed streamers. Top streamers? Where is it, you fuck? Oh my god, the most watched streamers on Twitch in July. Please give me the fucking thing, you cunt. In June. Whatever. Well, that's in June. Dexerto. I need to find this. Hang on a second. Most watched streamers July. It was July. It was in July. Where's the July one? It's not there anymore. I can't find the cunt. It keeps giving me June. This is June. That's, I mean, this is good enough, right? This'll do. This'll fucking do. All right. I made a point because, like, what do you see here? Let me just ask you a question. What do you see here? Hello, Echo. How you doing? I have taken like 6 days off. What do you see here? And this is just for June. There was another one for July. What do you see here? Men. And, like, don't get me wrong, they're not all white. However, they are all white passing at the very least. And I dare say the majority of them are American, I think. Or maybe not. Maybe not. But, you know, you spotted one non-white. Would that be Buddha or would that be... I mean, does Hassan count? Because Hassan is one of those white passing blokes, but he's Turkish. Is he Turkish? I don't know. Posted something in my art section. I'll give it a look in a minute. Asmongold is very white. You get the point that I'm getting at, right? There is a lot of sexism on this platform. And when I see shit like this, Twitch's most watched streamers, I see why. Like, I completely understand why. And like there's... Look at this. You look at the comments. The biggest point is it's only men, yeah. And then you have like comments like this, right? Which I completely align with. No women, I thought our boobs were stealing all the viewers, right? Right? Which is a perfectly valid viewpoint to have because routinely women on this platform are subjected to harassment and toxic masculinity because of the fact that they are women on the platform and they dare to wear certain things that make them comfortable, certain things that make them, I don't know. Like there are a lot of women on this platform. There are a lot of women on this platform who will wear clothes that might be seen as generally a bit flirtatious, a bit revealing, but not outright like lingerie. And by sheer virtue of just existing in that, you know, wearing a low-cut top or something, or wearing makeup, or doing their hair a certain way, having certain piercings, having certain tattoos, etc., 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 those women are harassed, and numerous other women are harassed for either A, being too attractive, or B, being not attractive enough, or if they are attractive, they'll get asked questions like, what's your OnlyFans? Oh, you look so hot, babe. I'd love to stick my entire penis right up a brown hole. Like, that. And whenever you bring it up on threads like this, there's so many not all men types. So many of them. And you know why those people are attacking these women, right, on such a routine basis. It's because they can't get women, those blokes. I'm not going to say the word, but I know you're all thinking it. I know a lot of you are thinking the word I'm thinking of. At any rate, you know. It's weird though. I pegged Hassan. Cut the sentence off there. You pegged Hassan as non-white immediately, but thought Doja Cat was a nice complexioned white girl first. Oh, okay. Neckbeards. Yeah, we'll use the term neckbeards. But anyway, welcome in everybody. Welcome to the Rogue Room. We're going to start off by harassing men. I am not certain on oat milk just yet. I love almond milk. I've discovered I like almond milk. I'm not sold on oat milk. Wow, no cow? I don't know, Oatly. You might not have me on this one. Rhymes with bin smells. Conveniently, both, you know, if you have bin smells, take it to the trash, and the other word that rhymes with it, also put it in the trash. Almonds are a waste of water? Are they really? Is that like relating to, you know, almond farming? Is that what you mean? Anyway, I'm looking submissive and cute today. I am not submissive, right? I'm in my dom mode. I just had my my jacket down. All right, this is my dom energy. I'm a top. Thank you very much. I do like having this sit down here though, because you know, I mean, my shoulders, dude. Like, excuse me. Yeah, someone please clip that. That'd be great. I could probably go back and clip it myself. Anyway. Provided my stream doesn't continue to fuck up and go into the orange again. Calm down. Badass sword lesbian. Thank you. It's doing it again. Oh my god. Telstra. Telstra, mate, what are you doing? What's going on? I'm stuck in the red. I'm stuck in the red. That's not good. I come back after 6 days off. ASAP Science did a video on the different milk and their eco cost. That's interesting. I might have to look into that. What about soy milk? Sadly, it's hard to be surprised by these things at this point. It's hard to look at this kind of thing and think, oh, yeah, this is completely renewable. Is it still buggering out? It is. It's not behaving. Why is my stream playing on my end? Can you see me already? Are you seeing me okay? Or am I stuck buffering? Am I in buffering mode? Please stop buffering, Telstra. I want to do a stream. I'm going to see if I can find the more recent one by Dexerto talking about the top streamers for July. I'm sure it was here. Unless there was a reason they deleted it. I can't imagine why they delete it. Hang on a second. Here it is. You see me fine? Yeah, I found it. Look, it's right there. Asmongold, XQC, Karinga, Goals, Roshtine, Trainwrecks is an interesting name to crop up. Hassan, Pestily, Limit Maximum, Ibai. Now the reason that Trainwrecks is an interesting one to bring into this equation, obviously he's shot up recently because of the gambling thing, but he has been at the forefront of the misogynist movement on Twitch for a while. I'm just going to say that out loud. You know, he has said a number of things over the years that are outright misogyny. You know, he's complained about the titty streamers on the platform, and what that does is, like, if you just complain about women doing anything, even if it is against TOS, there are a lot of people, like, especially with someone as big an audience as he has, they'll conflate that with the majority of the rest of the women on the platform, which is why you see so much harassment towards women on this platform, is because there are a bunch of young, impressionable idiots who are watching these guys, who, They don't look at what he... And, I mean, I don't know the full context of everything he said, but I know he has said quite a few things, notably against any of the women that sexualize themselves on the platform. Which, you know, I'm not going to deny that there are women who sexualize themselves on the platform, but when there are these people who focus specifically on that and not the other issues, like, you will notice a number of people are explicitly concerned with women who will... stream in, like we mentioned before, bikinis, the hot tubs, and all that sort of thing. But they will never, ever, ever address the fact that there's so much toxic masculinity on this platform. You know, you would think if they are so concerned with one gendered issue, they might be concerned with the inverse of that, but they never are. They never address the fact that women face tons of harassment, and if they do, here's the thing. If you bring this up to somebody who has these concerns, they will immediately jump to the not all men argument. right? Convenient that they are all too willing to attack women on the platform for the actions of a few, and yet when you call them out on that, it's not all men. So, which is it? Which is it? Welcome back, Reaper. We're dealing with some latency issues tonight. I hope the stream can actually continue sufficiently. There's a video I want to react to, which looks really, 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 really cringe. Video called "This is the Milk You Should Be Drinking." Hang on, let me copy and paste the title into Google. Okay, I found the video. Let's watch that. Not right away. We'll watch it in a minute. But yeah, I just wanted to get that point across. Stream keeps buffering now. It's shit. It's kind of sucks because I wanted to come back and I wanted to stream, like normal. But we're having internet issues, which is not good. You like my headband? Thank you, Invader. Thank you. I'm glad you like it. Hello, Kaz. How's it going? We're struggling with internet issues. Telstra is saying there's no outages in my area, which is concerning. So what does that mean? What am I supposed to do here in this circumstance? Alrighty. I need to fix up my... I'm kind of tempted to take the jacket off, honestly. COVID safe hugs. Is that allowed? Are COVID safe hugs allowed? Like a friend of mine just posted on her Facebook. Stream's fine on your end? Well, that's interesting. That's weird. Like I've got the red little box on my OBS. You're here for these hot takes, i.e. the truth. And the thing is, if you let's continue down this train of thought for a little bit longer because we might as well. It's not being sexist to call out toxic masculine behaviors on the platform. Like you see a lot of when you get this whole thing about if you say to the men who are being sexist to all women because of the actions of a few, like when the discussion is around women streamers, it's all these girls on Twitch with their boobs out are stealing all the viewers, they're just being sluts. And then you say, but that's clearly not all the women streamers on the platform. And even then, I've seen very attractive... I've mentioned this before. I've had numerous friends on this platform who are very attractive, who struggle to pull viewers. And they're not unentertaining streamers either. They're very entertaining. But they're streaming with a low-cut top on. And they're very pretty. And for some reason, they're not in the hundreds of views. What's... That argument makes no sense. But then the moment you call them out and saying, oh, well, you're generalizing all the women. But then we say there's a toxic masculinity problem on the platform. They'll say we're generalizing all of the men. But the difference is I don't want to use the word privilege, but that is kind of the way I'm going with this. Is that men, obviously, you look at the Dexoto thing again. We bring this up again. Obviously, men do have a significant platform on Twitch. And a significant portion of their audience, I dare say, would be men, right? I think the only statistics I can find for this, unfortunately, I can't find any recent viewership analytics that tell us exactly what the age groups and the gender disparity and all of those kinds of things. I can't find any new analytics from that. Like I found a poll from 2016, but that's 5 years old. I can't use that. But it did, like back then in 2016, it did lean heavily like 16 to 24-year-old white males was the majority audience on the platform, right? I'm grouping white men, oh no. But it all comes back around to that typical misogynist truth that the harassment of women is a men's issue. And in order to be a good ally to women, there are a number of men out there who need to stand up to the other men who are causing the problem. There are men that do this. There are men that already stand up to other men and say, you're being misogynistic. You are categorizing women in a certain way that's unfair to women. And you're also harassing them and all these kinds of things. So, yeah. You've seen it on both sides of the scale when men say that women are stealing their views because titties. But it's just sad when a woman says these titty streamers are stealing their views because these women don't feel they're attractive enough to pull in the views. The titty streamers are, and I'm being mad about it. Excuse me. Yeah, I can understand that. That reads like a bit of an internalized misogyny thing, I think. Which is not to say that those women are necessarily... I mean, it is a misogyny thing. It is like there are definitely women who can be misogynist, but I think it's more of a... what's the phrase I'm looking for? An insecurity kind of thing. Like, there's a lot of women on this platform who definitely aren't pulling in the viewers. And they're insecure because they're... And who watched ContraPoints' latest video? It's all envy. It's all this thing that we, yeah, reminds you of the envy video. An hour and 48 minutes and 16 fucking seconds. Natalie, calm down. Jesus. All the men on Twitch with their dicks. Which is a ridiculous statement because and like I've literally seen that argument used by the men on the other side of the discussion where they're just like, all these titty streamers stealing my views. What if I whipped my cock out? And it's like, I'm sorry. Are breasts and genitalia equitable? Are they the same thing? It's so weird that men dominate anything because they're literally half of the population. Yeah, well, I mean, there's a reason for that. Heard that if you mute someone's stream, your view doesn't count. Is it possible that pretty women get watched but muted because a lot of the male audience pretty listening to men talking and maybe. I don't know. I'm not certain if the muting someone's stream thing, view doesn't count thing. I'm not sure if that's... accurate or not. That you can't find like accurate information on that. The video where her thesis is built from Freud and Nietzsche. Yeah, it was a good video. Really, really well produced. I think it's maybe them trying to criticize the privilege that comes with attractiveness, but not know how to work. I mean, don't get me wrong. There is certainly pretty privilege is definitely a thing. It is definitely a thing. But that just meant, but like, I mean, honestly, I'm going to take the jacket off. I'm sorry. It's starting to get warm. However, it's warm and it's restricting my movement. Let's do that. That looks cool. Kinda. Sorry, I just got to get this in. Enjoy. So... Yeah, pretty privilege is definitely a thing that certainly certain streamers on this platform have. Cute, thank you, Melody. Hello, Gree. How's it going? Hello, Quince. Sun's out, guns out. Well, sun's down, but you know. 7-year-old cousin, girl, after looking for some time at a man wearing a tight-fitting top in McDonald's, loudly asked me, why do men have nipples? I mean, that's a fair point. However, we know the reason. And I posted about this on Twitter the other day. It's like, fetuses are technically female until the Y chromosome is developed or activated or whatever it is. Something along those lines. I can't remember the specifics of the biology right now. But effectively, you know, I started out female, and as a result, because I'm transitioning male to female, I'm basically just transitioning back. You know? And the nipples develop before that whole thing developing certain sex characteristics happens in the womb. So you have nipples before you have anything that even determines what your eventual gender, based on, you know, biological observations in the birthing room, is determined. Right. You're going to take off echo? Sounds good, right? Have a, like, relax your brain a little bit. If you can't really focus, try to take your mind off things. I hope you're well. You've seen the critiques for how she's built her argument, including the pathologizing of envy and how that is ableist with how she applies it to the fascist mind. That's a fair point. I'd need to rewatch the video to really analyze it. When she puts out a video, I just sort of enjoy it as a form of entertainment. I like listening to her talk. I do take in some of the information, but, you know, I'm not an academic, so. Hello there, Wizardry. How you going? A lot of the men who will complain about women streamers are the same men who will demand a woman show him their body on stream. Yeah, exactly. It's kind of the same thing on trans Twitter and other trans social media, where you will see people abusing trans women, especially trans women, online. And then the amount of times I've seen a trans woman post her DMs where it's been a transphobe who's been harassing her, has then slid in her DMs trying to get, you know, nudes, whatever. trying to sexualize, you know. Remember, we are deuterosomes, which means the first thing to develop is our anus. Cheney says hi. Hello, Cheney. Twitter has flagged 2 of your leg posts. What? Why? Oh, goodness. I wonder if I can get in trouble for showing my guns on stream. Tough with Contra sometimes. Not done, but she lost you somewhere between Black Swan and Slimming. That's the main thing. Like, I mainly like her content for the sass and the, like, I learn a few things. I definitely pick up on a few concepts. But, you know, there's a lot of stuff she talks about that goes way over my head, especially when she starts talking, like, deeper philosophy. But I like all the ways that she ties all these ideas together. Apparently there's sensitive material, but Twitter allows sensitive material. That's weird. Okay. Unusual. Penis is just your clitoris getting larger? Yep. Did you know that trans women can apparently develop the ability to breastfeed? It's not common, but they can develop milk ducts. So there's a fun thing. Once you look at the biology of trans people, well, the biology of human beings, you begin to realize just how much we are not strictly binary sexed, and just how similar, you know, males and females are to each other, and why intersex is not so strange of a concept. The few quotes you left from her in the Discord, yeah, exactly. Mommy Milkies, chapter 69. I need to get some of those clips and play them on stream. Yes, my mug has a knuckle duster as a handle. Isn't it awesome? You should make more of an effort with their videos, because when people say something online that Contra taught you is wrong, you don't want to have to link her long ass videos because you don't know how to explain why they're wrong in an effective way. Excuse me. Yeah, I mean, one of the most crucial tenets of, I mean, I'm not a debater. I don't know debate specifically. But I think one of the most important things, especially in this age where we're bombarded with information on such a routine basis, you wake up and you're immediately just hit with things. We carry a little tablet full of information and we're getting harassed by it every fucking day. When you're getting bombarded with so much information at once, if you try to give someone a lengthy video that explains a point, this happened with my mother recently. She couldn't understand why I have such umbrage with J.K. Rowling, so I sent her ContraPoints video of J.K. Rowling, which is 90 minutes. So, in order to more succinctly get our points across, we need to be succinct. We need to wrap those things up into nice, tight little packages. But when you do that, you lose a lot of the context that makes that information more valuable to a person. So, you might be able to summarize your point in a single tweet or 2 tweets, right? But there's a lot of nuance behind those ideas. If you're arguing with somebody and there's finer details that might help your point, you can't fit all of them into, you know, a single tweet. But if you do a Twitter thread, it's the same issue as sending somebody the link to a 90-minute video. Chances are they're not going to read the whole thing, or they might just dismiss you. You know, and that can happen both with people who are arguing with you and people who agree with you. You know, people who are not agreeing with you but want to have their minds expanded a little bit. You had KFC and you're in a food coma stage. Well, that's why I don't get like the large meals anymore. I get the smaller meals. Like the one I get is only like just under 1,000 calories. It's barely anything. Some Czech gaming channels still haven't heard about the Actibliss thing. Why is that? That's really interesting. Oh yeah, because of the bombarding with information. Yeah, true. The Activision Blizzard thing is an incredible... and honestly just an incredible story overall. I'm not saying that in a good way, but since that first article came out, more and more stuff has come out since, which has just made Blizzard look even worse and worse and worse and worse. Ultimate box with popcorn chicken. Oh my god, you're killing me. Oh, you're killing me. It's way too many calories, but I want it. Number of times you try to give evidence only to have some tool go, I'm not reading all that. Exactly. Like, that's the problem, you know? So what happened with Blizzard? Basically what happened was there was a very toxic, misogynistic culture at Blizzard. For a very, very long time, numerous head developers were involved in this culture that was explicitly making certain people at the company uncomfortable. Very toxic workplace. And there is a lawsuit from the state of California or something. What was it? There was... Let me look it up really quickly. Activision Blizzard sued over frat boy culture. So, where is it? California. The California Department of Fair Employment and Housing is being sued, is suing Activision Blizzard. A 2-year investigation by the state agency found that the company discriminated against female employees in terms and conditions of employment, including compensation, assignment, promotion, and termination. Company leadership consistently failed to take steps to prevent discrimination, harassment, and retaliation, the agency said. And there are some really, really atrocious things in there. The R word, not the R slur, but the R word, content warning. And pervasive frat boy workplace culture, including cube crawls in which male employees drink copious amounts of alcohol as they crawl their way through various cubicles in the office and often engage in inappropriate behavior toward female employees. And perhaps one of the most egregious things in this whole debacle is that a woman, while on a company trip, took her... Well, she didn't... I don't know if she took her own life on the trip or after the trip, but... on a company trip with her male supervisor, the employee had been subjected to intense sexual harassment, including having nude photos passed around at a company holiday party, and she eventually took her own life. So that was the first bit. And there's more there. I just summarized. Might want to check my stream. What's going on with it now? Oh my god. Is it still working? Are we still buffering? Is it still buffering? Yeah, she took her own life during the trip. So can you hear me? Can you see me alright? Is everything okay? Is everything, like, I'm trying to make sure everything's running as smoothly as possible. Is it running as smoothly as possible? Suggests it was whilst on the trip. I'm just checking my stream. It's running. It's running. It's got like a low frame rate. Is that what you folks are seeing? Are you seeing like a low frame rate? Buffering and broken keyframes. Is it at least running semi-smoothly? Hello, Robina. How you doing? Lagging, occasional buffer. Video quality is a bit low. Yeah, I could show you my OBS at the moment. But basically, there's a little red square where it's usually supposed to be green or maybe yellow at the worst. But, you know. I'll contact my internet provider tomorrow. I'll reset my modem and I'll see what happens. Which is disappointing because I wanted this to be like, you know, a good little return stream after a few days off. But anyway. But it gets worse. Honestly, it gets worse. After that, there was the Cosby room thing. The Cosby suite. Where they had a, what's it called? They had a room in a hotel that was for, like, BlizzCon, I think it was. And they said, like, this is the excuse they used, right? There was a rug on the floor that they said looked like a Cosby sweater. So they brought a photo of Bill Cosby into this room, and a bunch of these lead developers, these big guys at the company, would, like, it was this... I can't remember. Let me find the information. Let me actually look it up. The Cosby suite from the Activision Blizzard lawsuit. Booze, sexual remarks, and a giant portrait of Cosby. And then we've got like a bunch of the developers here. Like, it's a whole thing. I was gonna go through everything with Mrs. Lalante on stream at some point. We were going to have a big discussion about this whole Activision Blizzard debacle because there's a lot. Like, seriously, since the lawsuit news came out, there has been a new piece of news regarding Activision Blizzard's horrific workplace conditions every day since, almost. It sort of dropped off sometime last week. But for a while there, every day after the lawsuit news, there was new information coming out. Might be something to do with my CPU. You think so? Yeah, the Cosby room. And they would have aspiring developers who would go to BlizzCon. They would take them to the Cosby room, and it would be this, you know, booze-soaked hellhole where these lead devs were getting drunk and flirtatious with women who wanted to work at the company. Title, let's fucking go. Speaking of socialism, on the subject, huge lesbian socialism. We should talk about the fact that there is a push, and like you've mentioned, Reaper. Sorry. Bobby Kotick has a recorded history of threatening and intimidating sexual assault victims into be quiet in other companies he's been involved with. Yep. And he's also hired a known union-busting law firm previously hired by Amazon. So the company, I think a lot of people working at Activision Blizzard do want to unionize, but for obvious reasons, they're trying to prevent that. Are we still buffering like crazy? I am sorry if that is the case. I am seeing like a low frame rate. Yeah, my bitrate is in the red on my dashboard. Like if I look over here, you can see this. That's not good at all. Rug looked like a Cosby sweater, so we simply had to obtain a giant picture of a rapist to accessorize, right? Like, this is not good. So would it be my CPU? Why would it be my CPU and not the internet? I haven't had this problem before. I mean, I have. That's disappointing because I wanted to record a YouTube video tonight of a specific... I wanted to record a reaction for my YouTube channel, but now I'm just like, if I can't record it... There is a bit of an issue with Shreya. Hello, Eva. How you doing? Sorry, we're dealing with some, like, latency issues at the moment, and I'm not sure if we can fix them. I'm not sure if we can fix this. What can I do? There was some speculation. I don't know. I think he may have deleted this tweet, or I don't know, but I did see a screenshot of a tweet from Shreya that said, whatever, that said he had been receiving news reports of rape happening. I didn't mean to actually say the word out loud, but there we go. Sorry. At Blizzard for years. Like, he had been receiving stories of sexual harassment, sexual abuse, the R word, for, like, he'd been receiving stories of this for years leading up to this lawsuit, and only once the lawsuit had leaked did he even think to mention anything of it. So I don't think he's completely in the right here. Whether his journalism is good or not, the fact of the matter is that he's had, well, there's a screenshot of a tweet. And he has said a few things in the past that lead me to believe he's not the most journalistically... he doesn't have the most journalistic integrity. It's bad. It's really bad. And it's unfortunately not at all surprising, given that this kind of thing is pervasive among the games industry as a whole. Obviously, Ubisoft has fostered a very toxic culture of sexual harassment, and then they move sexual harassers around to different studios. So, clear my cookies. I don't think that would fix the problem. I don't know. It's in OBS. Like, it's not really my browser that's the problem here. It's OBS. It's my stream. And there doesn't seem to be a problem with the internet either. Like, I don't know what it is. Yeah, cookies shouldn't... Yeah, it should be done via OBS directly. Give me a second to try something. Can I check performance on your task manager? Actually, I can. Let's do that. And then hopefully we can go back to normal. So... OBS is using a pretty standard amount of CPU. Schroyer. There's nothing that's really performance. CPU's running pretty smoothly. Ethernet. Let me do a speed test. Looking hot, thank you kindly. Let's run a speed test. Let's see how my internet's going. And by the way, expect these numbers to not be very high. Like, that's normal. That looks normal. That's download speed. Upload speed. Oh, that's bad. Yeah, that's not good. Usually it's up near 10 at least. That's not good. Why is it like that? Internet connection is fast, my ass. What the hell, dude? I want to stream. Let me stream. I mean, we're still going. It's just buggy and low res. I hope that is this acceptable to watch? Because this is probably as good as it's gonna get. Yeah. Calling it frat boy culture is totally undermining how bad things were. Yeah, like this is, and that honestly is the problem. Is, yeah, the boys being boys mentality just feeds into all of the problems that people are so keen to dismiss. They just think it's something that can be passed on because it's just boys will be boys. But these are grown-ass adult men harassing women and queer people to the point they left the company or took their own lives. Yeah, that's monstrous. You're right. You're absolutely right, Boyd. They attacked straight men too. They did. So it's less and like, don't get me wrong, I'm not absolving any of the men in this situation, but it's less, I mean, it's very much a masculine issue. It's very much an issue of toxic masculinity in the workplace. But it is also very specifically an issue of seemingly, I think the reason it was referred to as frat boy culture is specifically because there was a very explicit group of people encouraging this behavior, you know? And I mean, yeah, like, have you met frat boys? Frat culture is hella toxic. Yeah, like, I get the point. I get the reason. Could I try streaming on Discord? I could, but it's a different kind of setup is the thing. Because that's just screen sharing. I am now out of coffee. Shite. It's disappointing. This is disappointing. Yeah. But yeah, like, it was not necessarily just, and like, I speed test whilst you stream won't be accurate, because, yeah, true, I didn't even think about that. With regards to the fact that, you know, like, for example, straight men were attacked too, I was definitely in a workplace culture where, when I was presenting as a masculine straight dude, a lot of other, like, there were a particular few, what's it called? There were a particular few men, straight men, in that workplace who were very, very overtly sexual with their choice of discussion topics, which is, of course, going to make other people uncomfortable in the grand scheme of things. Which is not just, like, that wasn't anywhere near as bad as, you know, what Blizzard has been doing there, but I think you get the point I might be trying to get across, maybe. Is that these some of these people are working in these environments where they think because they have a similarity to a certain other worker, they are able to behave however they feel. There you go. Can you see that, or is it too framey? Sorry, I'm now distracted by the internet thing, so I can't get my points across well. So I have 1 megabyte free for your upload, so you think it's fine. Stream's okay to watch. I mean, well, we can go by that if you want. Need to remember that the culture part can turn normal people into toxic people. Yes, that's a very important takeaway here. Is that there are certainly people who might go into that environment completely innocent, completely free of any of that toxicity, and then once they are exposed to it, their behavior starts to adjust to the environment under which they're working. So people can change and become toxic, you know. Heard a few stories of men being harassed too, but they have come forward and said, this has happened to me before, but the women have it way worse. Yeah, I think I've seen stuff like that too. Stream that window on Discord. Oh, I see. But I mean, if I do a stream on Discord, it's not going to work the same. Man baby mentality to a sense, yeah. In a sense, you know what I mean. President stepping down feels like it took 6 months too long to have any effect on saving the company. Yeah, and I mean, I don't know if you necessarily can save a company like Activision Blizzard at this point. We know this culture is ingrained, and that's why myself and a few other people look at this as like, you can't save Activision Blizzard, you can't save their franchises, you can't save their products, you can't save the people working there. Oh, hang on, read entire comments. Let me get back. I've missed so hang on, let me get back. Won't get your desktop sound, yeah. There's so much going on. Right click yeah, I know about the whole, like, you won't get desktop sound thing. There's too many conversations going on at once. Cookies are not an issue, yeah. I think, yeah, unfortunately, I can try stopping the stream and restarting, although I worry if I do that, it's going to end up with me not being able to go live again. Like, at the moment, the stream is stable, but it's red on my end. Like the bitrate has gone back to stable, but it's red. Like it's stable, but it's not good. So we're running smoothly in low resolution. How's the audio sound is the main thing. Like I know what he's getting at to stream on Discord to like test it. But I don't really want, I'd rather not stop the stream if I can avoid it. Kind of men don't even know how to strike a conversation with women without it turning sexual. Yeah. I've seen a lot of that culture. Which brings us back to the train wreck situation and the sexism on Twitch. This wasn't even like a topic I was going to go into tonight. I had a thing very, very similar to this though, on the same subject. Let me bring up a couple of articles I've got here. One of these is from 2016 though, so but I mean that's the thing, right? Is we could look at stories from a few years ago and extrapolate those to modern behaviors, because it hasn't changed that much. Like the behaviors have not changed much in 5 years. I'm gonna mute these tabs so I don't accidentally say something. They don't accidentally start making noises. But like, for example, in a similar sense, like I mean, obviously in an online streaming platform like this, on Twitch, on YouTube, on Facebook Gaming, or whatever else, it's a different kind of culture, but because we're not in a physical workplace doing this thing, I don't have a cubicle where other streamers can come by and sexually harass me, right? But for example, there is a big problem with rampant sexual harassment on this platform. Too many convos at once. I'm going to get an ADHD diagnosis soon. I think I definitely have it, and I can't focus on too much at once. Lately, I'm having a lot of trouble. And I've long speculated I may have ADHD, so I'm gonna go get that diagnosed or not diagnosed, depending on whatever it is. At any rate, you're getting high def. Well, that's good. So is the stream okay? Is the stream doing good? I can try restarting it and see if that fixes the problem. Not that non-nerds are better, but there is also a really sinister thing going on with nerds who think they're better than jocks and so on once they get into positions of power. Yeah, exactly. Like, and that can happen to anyone. That can happen to anyone, of course. That toxic mentality can bleed into a person once they've gotten to a point where they see themselves as successful. They've made it. So they get this feeling in their head like they're untouchable, right? Which then extrapolates to other negative behaviors. I think a lot of stuff goes into it. Like, there are a lot of reasons, and the biggest one is probably that we live in a man's world. We do, where everything is mostly adjusted towards their ideologies. Yeah, just refreshed. It's stopped buffering. Well, that's good. I can try resetting the stream and see if that fixes the problem, but I also don't want to reset it just in case it doesn't fix the problem and makes things worse. It's a coin toss. Like, do I reset it? I'm still dropping frames all the time. It won't stop. It will not stop. But for example, this article was published just, and there's a video I want to do a reaction to soon, but we'll do that in a minute, because it's about trans stuff and it's kind of hilarious. I watched a bit of this video and now I have to share the rest of it with you because it's just, oh, so cringe. Women streamers are having a shitty time on Twitch. This was from a few months ago. In a hostile environment, female Twitchers, I've never heard us referred to as Twitchers. Twitchers? Hang on. Is Twitchers a thing? I don't feel like Twitchers is a thing. You have ADD and it's a constant struggle. In this society, we vote with our money. If you want Activision to feel the weight of their actions, don't give them a cent, don't buy their products, don't play their products, don't support them. I 100% agree. And I feel like it's incredibly ignorant for so many people to say, oh, well, I just really enjoy the game. I don't care about all that shit. That's honestly just feeding that culture. When there are people who are so just completely ignorant of it because they would prefer to distract themselves with the videos game. You know? People with ADHD are a bit too relatable. Yeah, I've got a friend who's got ADHD. And some of the ways she talks about her lived experiences are just like, well, maybe I should go talk to my doctor, maybe. Shit. Anyways. Used to get the opposite with women making every conversation sexual with me, and I ended up just changing the subject. I mean, there are certainly women. I've met plenty of women who've got a very sexual drive towards their conversational topics, and like there are some people who do not know what boundaries are. Men, women, non-binary folks, people in general. There are certainly people who do not understand what binaries are with regards to conversation or with regards to certain behaviors, and that's something we really need to push hard on to get more people to understand boundaries. Just a few minutes behind where everyone is, otherwise it's fine. Have you tried reloading, Kez? Which you're probably not going to see for a few minutes. Anyways, so let's have a glance through this. Who is the boomer who wrote this article? Which article? This one? Oh, the Twitches thing. On a July evening in 2016, Adele was ready to pull the plug on her streaming career. I don't know, not the singer. Although she'd been on Twitch since 2014, the then 20-year-old known on the platform as Aurelian had reached breaking point. Days earlier, she'd been raided by a much more popular streamer. Raiding is when a Twitcher directs their users to another person's channel, usually to introduce their audience to someone they like. It can be a great way for famous streamers to spotlight lesser-known streamers, but can also be the internet equivalent of sending an angry mob to someone's house. We've seen this happen a number of times. There have been numerous different circumstances that crop up on social media every now and then. Where somebody will, and this has been happening to Wreck-It Raven. I don't think it's necessarily the fact that they're getting hate raided as in an actual raid. I think there are just masses of people barging into their stream and harassing them. But in certain circumstances, we have seen, on one specific occasion, there was a guy who was playing an NBA game, I think it was, and he took his audience over to a female streamer's stream, and all of the people who were raiding were saying incredible. Like, before he ended his stream, somebody got the clip of this. He was saying to them to ask her about. There was a very specific sexual act they were going to ask her, of like, does she suck dick or something along those lines, right? And he got his entire community to go in and spam that, right? And when confronted on it, right, when confronted on this, he said that's just the way we do things in the community of the game he plays. And I'm just like, that's not an excuse. That is in no way an excuse for that kind of sexist behavior, sexually abusive behavior. Toxic mentality is expected in that kind of industry. It's a tendency, not necessarily a choice by the organization. The business could pretend the problem is caused by bad actors. When a business contracted a union, bust a law firm was a business choice to keep being toxic and criminal. Absolutely. You're absolutely right. Which is the bad thing. It's like, how are we expecting the games industry to change? Like, how can we possibly expect the games industry to change? Right? What can we do here? Short of the games industry unionizing wholesale, short of game developers unionizing wholesale and taking back the power for themselves and asserting that they will not allow those kinds of people with those kinds of behaviors to operate in those environments. And I think the only reason that we're hearing about all this kind of stuff now in such a significant way is because a lot of people have been working from home. There's been a lot of toxic workplace culture that has been a result of people working in the same workplace. But since, lockdowns and all that kind of thing have forced people to work from home, which has always been an option. I don't understand why it wouldn't have been an option. Other than trying to keep everybody centralized. Actually, if nothing else, keeping everybody in the one building to develop a game, for example, makes it a lot easier to control everybody's behavior, which is exactly what they want. And once you pull people out of that environment and they're in their homes and they can develop on their own time and they can be safely away from that thing, where they can expect that there's some reasonable degree of certainty that that person is not going to be in their environment, that person that was harassing them in the workplace is not going to be in that environment, then they'll feel more comfortable speaking out against the problems with the company they work for. So hang on. In the Big Bang Theory, they acknowledge... Wait, in the Big Bang Theory? Wait, do you mean the TV show? Or in the Bang Theory? They acknowledge the toxic masculinity, but they portray it as mostly harmless. It's probably a more accurate way to put it, but now put the protagonists in positions of power at Activision Blizzard and you get this. Yes, exactly. Sounds like a name older people would give to something they didn't know anything about, like when some parents say, turn off the Nintendo. I'm going to start saying that to my kids. I'm going to start saying, turn off the Nintendo, kids. Even though they only play the PlayStation, they very rarely play their Switches. I suppose it works, though. Anyway. Where were we with this? Let's continue on. So, can also be an internet equivalent of sending an angry mob to someone's house. That's fucking terrifying as a sentence. In this case, over 2,000 viewers barged in on Aurelian's livestream specifically to bully and harass her.
Enjoy your membership.
Punk Rock Cock, thank you for the subscription. For the tier 1. Twitches really does sound like a slur for someone with tics. Oh my god, it does. Oh my god. Hello, Green Mermaid Girl. How you going? How's the stream running? We've still got the low bit rate. Arrgh. Bloody hell. Should I restart? I don't know. Just do what I do and only play indie games. I mean, I have been playing indie games lately. Have we got a mod that can do Fox's poll? I mean, that's a bit of a broad statement to make, though, as a poll. We read that bit. It took a few weeks before Aurelian felt... So hang on, let me see here. Felt comfortable streaming again. At a time when she had never had more than 15 viewers herself. And this can happen in a positive way. Like, people can get rated with over 2,000 viewers. But yeah, I have heard numerous circumstances of people rating with hundreds to sometimes thousands of viewers just to harass a person, which is reprehensible. And people do get punished for it sometimes. Sometimes it takes ages before Twitch will act on it. Hello, Kate. How's it going? It took a few weeks before Aurelian felt comfortable streaming again. She's a gamer who plays Apex Legends and GTA on the platform. 5 years later, she has over 150k followers who protect her from hostile raids. But to get to this point, she's had to prove herself. Sadly, that's the trajectory of most aspiring professionals on Twitch who happen to be women. Gain followers quickly who can help them protect against trolls. Gonna continue watching the Eagles Demons game and cuddle Cheney. Sounds good, Kaz. Have a good one. Trolls are particularly fond of Twitch because they can pretty much watch the impact of their insults in real time. This is the major issue. Yeah, all they want is attention, right? Which is why I generally try to dismiss it. But there's also a bit of an issue with, like, sometimes I do entertain the trolls a bit to try to... Some people have this attitude, right? The stream looks good on your head? Good. That's what we like to hear. Some people have this attitude that you should just ignore the trolls and they'll move on. But then the problem is they don't... Even if you ignore them, like, sometimes I do tend to keep some of them in here just to waste their time a little bit. Because they think they're doing something. They think they're having an impact, but they're not. They're just irrelevant. They're nobodies. But do I really want somebody who comes in to harass me to then go off and harass somebody else? Or do I want to waste their time enough that they get frustrated and log off and think about things for a bit? Which I doubt they will, but you know. It is something I've specifically considered recently with the way that certain trolls will come in trying to harass us and we just sort of dance around them a bit. You know, we tend to dance around the trolls a bit and waste their time. The trolls probably had their mummies leave them. Probably. Well, the poll title got cut off. At any rate, yeah, like the reason that trolls like Twitch, obviously, as is outlined here, makes it a business to ignore them. Which, again, like, there is this... What is the question trying to say? I'm not 100% sure. Who did the poll? Who set the poll up? Because Fox did the poll suggestion. But like the big thing is when you start to talk about the trolling on Twitch, which is generally speaking not trolling, it's harassment. But we call them trolls because they are low-brained troglodytes. They're generally people who can't string a sentence together. But yeah, like it says here, Aurelian says she makes it her business to ignore them, which is fine. And especially if you've got, like, say, partner level streamers and maybe chat's just moving a mile a minute and some trolls can be just, you know, chat can just move fast enough to get rid of whatever they're saying and everybody can ignore them. But especially on a lower level, like at my level of viewership or below my level of viewership, there are certain people who will have a troll in their chat and they obviously won't have the protections necessary to keep them at bay. And at that point, it becomes a lot more difficult. And the issue arises where people will suggest, oh, just ignore the trolls, don't pay them any attention. But there are a lot of people who don't have a choice, really, because that's a significant portion of their chat. You know, if you've got a couple of friends in your chat hanging out, but there's a troll in there, and chat's not really moving. It's not really going so fast, and this person is just abusing and harassing you. It becomes very, very difficult to ignore that, because it takes all of your focus towards what's being said, especially if you are the kind of person who gets very involved in what's being said, who get very involved in the conversation. Which is, yeah, it's a very tricky area. It's a very tricky, murky swamp to traverse. Is it bad that you like trolling the trolls? No, go ahead. Title was too long, you did your best to cut it down. I'm not quite sure what the question is. I still don't know what the question is. 100%. But the problem has become less that people are making, like, jokes that are trying to, we got the streamer to say a silly thing. And it's more some people are facing outright harassment, like completely abusive harassment on the platform. And when you bring this discussion to certain social groups, they will deflect this, just ignore them, just ignore the trolls, grow up, get over it, it's the internet. Except the people who say those kinds of things do not understand exactly what's going on. Because it's often the people who are being faced with stuff like racism, sexism, transphobia, homophobia, the list goes on, ableism. And the people who are saying just ignore them are the people that are not dealing with all that kind of shit all the time. Streamy Wash had a specific bit for people who demanded she show her breasts called The Bob Show, where sensual music would play as the faces of people called Bob faded in and out of the screen. That's awesome. Hell yes. But yeah, if I get someone in here, usually it's transphobic trolling in my chat, of course. So whenever I get a transphobic troll in chat, we try to entertain their curiosity, which is often stuff like, say, what's in your pants? Do you have a pee-pee? I just prefer to deflect to I prefer to deflect to, why are you so curious about other people's genitals? That seems really bizarre, really particular that you're interested in my genitals. I don't know you personally, and it's really creepy. That's honestly really creepy and a bit predatory, bit rapey if I'm honest, that you're trying to figure out what's in my pants. If you need more evidence of just ignore them doesn't work, just ask our friend Mona. Exactly, yes, exactly, unfortunately. It's more on the suggester, yeah. If you're going to ask a poll question, it needs to be basically a yes or no answer, and it needs to be really simple. Or it's going to need to be like a poll that can only have, like, say, 5 options, for example, at max. And it needs to be simple. We'll clarify that right now. Conveniently missing the fact that marginalized people face the same stuff IRL. I was thinking about this before, actually. The Bob Show would always end with a ban, poggers. Like, I agree, Maria. Well, I mean, I'm agreeing with the reality of the situation. That those marginalized people like myself, trans people, gay people, people of color, disabled people, and so on, are facing marginalization on a regular basis outside of the internet as well as on the internet. So when they're faced with this harassment constantly, you would think like a lot of people are streaming on Twitch because they, broadly speaking, enjoy whatever it is that they're doing and they want to share it with an audience, right? They want to share it with their friends. They want to share it with new people that they haven't met and spoken to before. They want to share what they're doing. They want to have fun and relax and unwind. And when you are constantly faced with this harassment online and offline, it's incredibly mentally debilitating. Like, you take on a lot of stress and you can't just ignore that sometimes. It builds up, it compounds on you, and it just breaks down your walls. And leads to you having moments like I did on Wednesday, where I broke down and cried in the darkness in the corner of my room, which was really cool. Actually, that was triggered by something that I think may well be PTSD, but that's beside the point. But yeah, trolling is a euphemism for hate speech nowadays. It really is. Like, if we're being honest, most of them aren't even doing trolling anymore. It's just people who can't cope with the fact that they are outspoken minorities. Yes, exactly. And when I think of trolling, right, I think of back when Ligma was the new meme. It's like, oh, did you guys hear Ninja came down with Ligma? And then they'll be like, what's Ligma? Ligma balls! That's trolling, right? Like, that's getting someone with a joke that's kind of a little bit humiliating, a little bit embarrassing. But it's not really harming anyone. You know, it's not really hurting anyone, sort of thing. Trolling now has turned to outright hate speech. It's really gotten ridiculous. And the problem is that we can't really ignore the hate speech, because this is the issue. you've got places like, say, 4chan and KF and other places where they all congregate in their little hateful circles of shrewd idiocy. And they all gather together and cackle amongst themselves. Oh, the blue hair trannies. Ha ha. Them N-words over here on Twitch. Let's go and harass them. They're all festering, unhygienic little shits, of course. We realize that. And much as we would like to try and ignore their little echo chambers where they fester and they bubble and they boil, the reality of the situation is that those people are encouraging really toxic attitudes which spread beyond those little areas. So you find them on Twitch, Twitter, YouTube, etc., etc., etc. And other people get latched onto those ideas as well, and the toxicity spreads and it goes beyond the internet. And like if we were able to just keep this kind of stupid toxicity in their echo chambers and they weren't able to leave that, that'd be fine and dandy. But we can't ignore it when toxic ideologies are spreading from these really Blighttown, from Blighttown and going out to the rest of Lordran. It's the best analogy I can come up with. The vitriol is festering here and spreading elsewhere, and it leads to stuff like the Wii Spa incident, where there was transphobic violence happening as a result of a hoax. As a result of a hoax fake trans woman. You know, people are now being... and we knew hate already existed, but the internet has given us a very specific way to cultivate certain communities without needing to congregate in certain physical social environments. There's trolling and trolling as a pejorative term, exactly. Ready to make a YouTube video for your friend that died about anti-Blizzard people. Because you believe Blizzard will stay forever and you'll defend Blizzard. Why is that, though? I would let Blizzard go, honestly. Let Blizzard go. Let them die. There's really no saving them at this point. The crazy thing is how much better the situation already is than only a few years ago. I mean, imagine being one of the few women in the early esports days. True. You love my Dark Souls references? Good. Found some Australian news that is in video form and it shows up the government. Oh, good. Good. They're just digging themselves into a bigger hole. Yeah. Do you mean the trolls or do you mean Activision Blizzard? I do not believe Activision Blizzard can be saved. There's no point defending them. I don't believe they can be saved. Move on to a new company. Move on to indie games. Download Death's Door. Play that. That's good. Let's continue on this for a little bit, but then there's a video I want to watch. So Aurelian leaves it to her moderators or volunteers to ban her trolls and intercept the hate before she sees it. But sometimes it gets too distressing even for the moderators. She's occasionally had to comfort her volunteers too. Shakam is a streamer who specializes in the just chatting format where she openly talks with their community instead of gaming. In her streams, Shakam often talks about sex ed so that people won't just learn about sex from porn. That's a good idea for a stream format, actually. She says she receives insults and abuse in her chats every single time she streams. And that's gotten to a point with me as well, like especially when we start talking specifically about trans stuff. I've noticed once the topic shifts specifically to transgender topics, we do get much more harassment that is specifically, what's in your pants? You look like a man. You sound like a man. Blah, 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 blah. You know, it happens a lot. Hafu, an Asian American woman, was one of the greatest WoW teams at the time. Oh, I remember this, where WoW esports was a thing. And some bad low-life team called themselves Gunna. Yeah. As a team name, managed to get into the same regional qualifier. How did they get away with that? Had to play them in person. Not sure she was even 18 back then. Yeah, see, that's what I mean, is like, this is the thing. Like what you're saying now, Reaper, is like some people need to accept the Blizzard of yesteryear. Most, if not all, of the devs that worked in childhood games are gone. This is the thing. There are a number of people who were still working at Blizzard back when Blizzard was new and young and fresh and wasn't the big company they are today that are still part of that toxic environment. I don't think there's ever been a time, like much as we like to think that there was some wholesome original Blizzard team, we can't overlook the fact that the toxicity had to start somewhere, and it wasn't just corporate culture. There were definitely people who were already toxic, people who just, once they progressed through the company and they started to gain more power, they became more confident in that vileness, you know. Hello Rooster, how you going? I only play WoW because you enjoy it, not because you like the company. That's the thing, though, is like if you play it and you subscribe to it, then you're still paying the company, and that's what a lot of people have a problem with. And I saw this video, and this is honestly, I really hate this. I'm going to say I have umbrage with this, especially given the format of Hearthstone. And by the way, I have a Hearthstone pillow and a Windrider cub sitting on my bed. Luckily, my head covers them most of the time, but I do have some sentimental attachment to those. You know, I'm not going to throw out my plushies because they're not telling people to go play Hearthstone or buy a World of Warcraft pet. But I do take issue with people who are still giving money to Blizzard, because I get the argument that they're going for, but certain games like WoW, yes, most certainly for me as well, they do provide a certain comfort that you just can't get from any other similar game. I recently re-downloaded World of Warcraft before this all came out, which just led me to uninstall the game again, and I made a new account and I played on a free trial. And yeah, my very specific, my very specific feeling once I got back into it was, this is nostalgia. This gives me immense feelings of relaxation. I'm really enjoying just playing this and hanging out in this game. Because I've tried to play other games, and there are a number of games that I just either, they bore me, they don't catch my attention enough, or there's something about the difficulty or the gameplay is just not satisfying enough. It doesn't bring me the same level of comfort as playing something like WoW or perhaps Dark Souls in my own example. And this person, I'm not going to say who it is, but this person who posted a video about the Activision Blizzard lawsuit thing. They were like, oh, don't go harassing people who are content creators who are playing certain Blizzard games, or just don't harass your friends who are playing Blizzard games. And I understand the viewpoint to an extent. But they said specifically that they found Hearthstone was a way of coping with their anxiety. And Hearthstone is a virtual trading card game, which means, generally speaking, in order to keep progressing, you're going to have to keep sinking money into Blizzard. Which, it's... I don't know. I'm a bit conflicted on this one, because on the one hand, I get it. It's a coping mechanism. It's a game that you really enjoy. It brings you a lot of comfort and distraction from the realities of the world. On the other hand, you're giving money to the company that has been outed as absolutely heinous. So I don't know if we can simply overlook that. You know, how do you feel about continuing playing a Blizzard game that was a one-off purchase? I think that's fine. I think that's, I mean, honestly, I don't see an issue with that. It's when you get into the trying to justify continually spending money on a product that is actively funding a toxic work environment. Strange way of saying playing Final Fantasy XIV. I haven't played it. I'm not going to. If I get into a new MMO, I won't. It's going to be Elder Scrolls. Which, even then, I know Elder Scrolls isn't exactly perfect either. I dare say Bethesda's got a whole bunch of skeletons in the closet. Wouldn't shock me. But yeah, if you've got a copy of StarCraft 2 or a copy of Diablo 3 or whatever it is, where you're not giving more and more money to the company itself, fine. I don't see a problem with that. Where were we? Let me go back. Oh yeah, the Hafu thing. Yeah, exactly. Scouring Twitter for people to upset. So you know, a streamer who does sex ad on Twitch gets random bans for no reason. Yeah, that's unfortunate, because I feel like this would be a really great place to talk about that kind of stuff. How's my bitrate is still shit. Somehow, how am I maintaining 50 viewers with this bitrate? Jesus Christ. I'll reset my... Yeah, live unstable. Poor network connection detected. How does it look? Choppy frame rate. Looks fine, though. That's fine. I don't... shush. Even then, you still support it. You are, technically. But the thing is, I think there is a difference between having paid for a game 10 years ago and playing that, and continuing to subscribe to a game. I think there is a difference. However, I will say this. If you're playing that game on your own time and you're not streaming it, I think there's nothing ethically wrong with that. If you're playing a game that you've already, like, you one-time purchased from a toxic company and you stream it, you are endorsing that company and its practices, because you are reaching out to an audience who might get inspired to play that game, purchase the game itself. This comes back around to this issue I have with people who are sponsored to play Genshin Impact. There are a number of them who are encouraged to use the loot box system in that game, or the gacha system in that game, which is effectively a loot box system, to encourage their viewers to invest in the gacha system, to spend more money on what is very effectively a slot machine kind of system, a gambling mechanic. And somebody gave me grief for talking about how if you are a sponsored streamer of a game and encouraged to do the little gambling mechanics, if you were sponsored by Overwatch and they said, look, we want you to open some loot boxes on stream because your audience will then be encouraged to buy loot boxes, you cannot absolve yourself of the ethical quandary there. Like, this person was saying to me that it is not their responsibility if their viewers who are watching Genshin Impact then go ahead and play the gacha mechanics and spend real money. They were trying to say to me that they, as a sponsored streamer of Genshin Impact, where they are opening the loot boxes or doing the gacha, I don't know how Genshin Impact works, but I know it definitely has that kind of spend real money to gamble in the game mechanic, right? And make no mistake, it is gambling. But they were trying to absolve themselves of any responsibility of their viewers then going and spending money on that game and wasting their money and potentially developing some kind of habitual spending, which is instinctively a negative. You cannot absolve yourself of that responsibility. You cannot just say, it's not my fault if my viewers go and buy loot boxes, when you are being encouraged by the game that is sponsoring you to show off the loot boxes. That is on you. You are an influencer. Your responsibility in that situation is to influence people. Yes, that is on your head.
Thank you.
Which, Mallory, thank you so fucking much for the 9 months. Terraria and Warframe look to have acceptable business cultures. Well, that's good, at least. I am interested in Warframe to a mild extent. Mild extent. Only because my friends play it. But I'm not interested in getting hooked on a new game. And Jasmine put the idea in my head recently of playing Minecraft. And now I'm just like, I should ask if she's free on Friday. We should do Minecraft. Fuck yes. Haven't streamed Minecraft in ages. Personally, taking part of a sit-in with any Blizzard game is ultimately pointless, even if you do have like thousands of people for a company of millions of subs. They don't care if they lose a few thousand subs. Yeah. Warframe has a few more shady practices now due to Tencent. Yay! Just don't videos game, alright? That's what capitalism. I need to add more stupid things like that. That's kind of fun, actually. Not buying any more games from Activision. Still play Modern Warfare and Cold War because that's what you and your big bro play together. That is understandable. This is where this conversation becomes tricky. Because was it? I don't know if it was you, Rooster, or if I read this story somewhere else specifically. But there was a very similar situation to what you've just said to me, of like, there's this guy over on like the East Coast of America and his brother's on the West Coast of America, and they haven't seen each other in years, and the way that they bond is they play Call of Duty together. So they play Call of Duty just to bond with each other. It was basically, I don't know if it was actually like East Coast, West Coast, but basically they live so far apart that the only way they can bond is online gaming. So that's how they stay in touch. That's how they bond with each other as brothers, right? So I can completely understand that perspective of like, this is how I, like, I don't want to give up this particular game, but of course there are other games you could play, I suppose. Like Terraria. Ask them why they were being paid then. Do you mean the people who are doing the loot boxing thing? I don't know, man. I just work here is the point you're trying to make. But this is the thing, is, I mean, yes. Don't want to, oh. Here you go, fall on. Oh my god, look at my lat spread. Jesus Christ, I wasn't even... Holy crap. Like, look. What is that? Oh my goodness. Play them indies. Play the indies. Get Terraria. That was a thing. Just don't game. Like, hang on. How's my back? This is turning into an Abigail has too much time on her hands to work out stream. Don't want to flame these people, but people protesting inside WoW while paying their subscriptions is kind of equivalent to the scene in Straight Outta Compton where the journalist asks them what they think about people burning their cities, and they say they bought them, they can do whatever they want with them. Yeah. When you say, I don't know, man, I just work here is the point I'm trying to... I mean, I think. I don't know. I haven't played... Assassin's Creed's not indie. Assassin's Creed is Ubisoft. Female representation in OW is actually quite good for the genre, but it says more about the gaming industry more than anything. Excuse me. Sexism in Blizzard is why all the women characters in Overwatch have the same-ish pretty face. I mean, that's understandable too. Like, that's a viewpoint you could definitely argue, especially given the video that went around of that woman at BlizzCon. I'm gonna take these out. Sorry. Hang on. I'll leave the music going. I want to be able to hear it. Yeah. Specifically that woman who asked the question at BlizzCon back in 2010, I think it was, where she asked, is there a reason all the women in World of Warcraft look like they're out of a Victoria's Secret catalog? And the panel of all male developers made a bunch of jokes at her about it. Oh, we'll pick a different catalog. That kind of stupid shit, you know. Which I think you could argue is probably the same kind of attitude that went into developing Overwatch. Because, like, if you go back to Wrath of the Lich King, which is when that question was asked at BlizzCon, Sylvanas Windrunner was wearing basically a chainmail bikini. This dragon aspect, like dragon god character in her mortal form, which was like an elvish-looking character, had the same exact model but a different skin on it. And it was the same thing. It's like, just like, well, plate mail bikini. Like, literally, like, it was like a G-string and these thigh highs and it was ridiculous. Hang on. Let me look it up. Like, this is what Alex Straza looked like in Wrath of the Lich King. Like, what the fuck is that? This is some big powerful dragon god. Here's my puss. Like, what the fuck were they going for? Jesus. It's so egregious. Where were we? From what you know, Warframe is yet to do anything particularly heinous and are already actively seeking to get away from Tencent. Oh, okay, well, that's good. Just pick a better game. Play Terraria. Terraria's good. Play it. Play it, seriously. So much content. How you doing, Lee? What's going on? Terraria is so fucking good. I want to play it again. But the problem is I've played it all the way through, and I don't feel like playing through it all again. So, when you first started playing it... Overwatch. The more you played, the more you realized that nearly all of them were really stereotypically hot and appealing when you compare it to the characters in something like Apex, which isn't admittedly a much new game. They seem to be lacking. Yeah. I mean, there is some level of body and face diversity in Overwatch. I mean, obviously they've gone for a very culturally diverse group of characters in that game. But yeah, like, all of the men are really pretty, all the women are really pretty. You know, so to speak. Like, all of the characters are very conventionally attractive. Even Bastion. Fuck, I want to fuck Bastion. Jesus. Sorry. Just like, can you imagine what he can do with all that, like, transforming and shit? Stop. Like, fucking robosexual. Look. Anyway. Alex Straza is in, yeah, the dragon aspect from Warcraft, yeah. And then, similarly, yeah, this is what a dragon god looks like. Why? It's so ridiculous. It's so absolutely ridiculous. Frankly, having near 50-50 representation of female characters that are not all half-naked slim women in boob armor was quite good when Overwatch came out. Yeah, Apex did come a couple years later. But then, again, like, if we look at Overwatch. Let's have a look here. If we look at the picture... Can I look at this one? I just want to look at the picture itself. Can I get this blown up? Here we go. Oh, that doesn't really help me though, does it? At least a few of the characters though. Trying to find this. I mean, obviously they did very hypersexualize quite a few of the characters in Overwatch. Most notably Roadhog. Um, sorry. But like even like the originals, Widowmaker, obviously, Diva, skin tight suit with, like, what's that material called? Whatever that is, like the latex or whatever it is. That's basically a latex suction suit, which that's not how that sits. That's just like literally outlining Diva's breasts. Mercy has boob plate. Even Zarya, who's like very butch dyke looking, has got the I'm allowed to say it, I'm a dyke, okay? Has got the boob plate as well. But then you've got other characters like Farah, who's heavily armored and doesn't have the boob plate situation going on. Mei is wearing a winter coat. Like, it's tricky. Like, a lot of the... But then, again, you know, you could look at some of the male characters. Hanzo is very conventionally attractive. Soldier 76 is a vibe. Genji, I mean, come on. He's the... I mean, I get that he's a robot ninja, but you cannot tell me Genji is not one of the most sexualized characters in that game. Goodness gracious me. Anyway. Can make a mod for Terraria, ideally with a new class. I've played as of, I think, the most recent update, but I haven't played all the way through it. I know there's a new boss in, like, Master Mode, I think. Or, like, as of the most recent update, I think they added a boss that is specific to Master Mode. I might be wrong on that. Torbjorn. I mean, both of the Lindholm family members are incredibly just... But I'm getting sidetracked. You know? I think this is kind of the problem with the pretty privilege thing that we were talking about earlier, is that Blizzard has definitely gone down the route of kind of picking an, not anime style, I suppose you could say, but like every character is conventionally attractive, but you look at certain characters and you're like, oh, that's the ugly one of all these attractive characters. And some of them are obviously wearing masks, or like Torbjorn's got a big thick juicy beard going on, and I think he's actually got a few skins where he doesn't have a beard and he actually does have a pretty stereotypically attractive masculine face. But you know, that's kind of the approach they went for. It's like everyone's hot, but some of the characters are perceived to be less hot, and that's a whole thing. Anyway, think about their skins, Drew. Brigitte's armor is cool. If I could cosplay Brigitte, oh my god, yes. If you look at Zarya's face, yeah, Zarya is stylistically very butch lesbian, but I mean, there's nothing unattractive about butch lesbians, you know, necessarily. Like with Bloodhound being non-binary, very adamant with having queer characters and actively calling out people who don't respect it. That is good. That is good. 2 bosses in the hard mode. Excuse me. Don't know if they're in if they're only master mode. I might have been wrong. I think they at least added 1 new boss to the latest update. They might have added a bunch more, actually. I can't recall. I know that the master mode update was the last update I played of Terraria. And I would like to go back to it, but I just haven't. Anyways, all of that being said, we've just sort of rambled on numerous different topics of sexism for the past hour and a half, which has been good. Putting my jacket back on, by the way. Oh, I can see why I had a little bit of black something on me. Look at the color of this. You can see there. Look at that. That's awful, dude. That sucks. Their brand is Lucid Quality Garments. And I'm sorry, but I just don't think that is very high quality, Lucid, you fucks. Jesus. Anyway. Don't mind the characters as much as the loot boxes. Women, beauty standards are so unacceptable. Men, I know, right? He-Man, Captain America, Soldier 76. Soldier 76 is unreasonably hot. You know. Actually, we do see his face. I was going to say he wears a mask all the time, but no, we do see his face. Hello, Danny of the internet. How you doing? What's going on? 2 bosses in the hard mode. Oh, we mentioned that, yeah. I mean, we might play Terraria again soon. That would be fun, I think. I think it'd be fun to play Terraria again, especially on stream. But yeah, I'm very much more in favor. Like, I don't really care that much about the design of the characters over much, although I do understand. It's very specifically. The classic my gothic jacket is falling apart. I need more goth jackets. But yeah, I am very specifically, obviously annoyed at the sexist culture at Blizzard. And specifically that point that the girl made at that BlizzCon of Blizzard sexualizing their character designs. And I think even as of Overwatch, that was like 6 years later, they still hadn't quite moved on from that. They'd still done that for at least a few characters. And there's nothing wrong with a sexy character in a game. But I suppose, like, in a sense, the way that Overwatch has done it is better than what they had done in World of Warcraft back in Wrath of the Lich King. You know, my lighting's a vibe, thank you kindly. I'm hoping to get some more lighting stuff soon. I'm not going to do the portal gun anymore. I'm not going to bother turning it on anymore because it just keeps running out of battery. Crystal Lizard gets to sit at my desk, though, and be lit up. But I want to get some more lighting stuff. I want to get one of those galaxy lights. By the way, yes, my PS4 is sitting here. I'm just going to say that right now. I was planning on maybe using it for Bloodborne or something soon. We could run some Bloodborne, because I haven't played it in ages. Love this look. Thank you, Nondescript. How you doing? Do you like sexy characters in games? Because that's what I'd mostly identify with, wanting to feel sexy and showing off curves and skin, etc. Yeah, there's nothing wrong with wanting to play a sexy character. There's nothing wrong with having a sexy character in a video game. The problem is when, like, for example, somebody made a really good tweet, was just like, we don't want less cheesecake, we just want more beefcake. You know, if you're gonna go full sexy with all your character designs, give us sexy men too, not just sexy women. You know, and sexy NBs. I think the toxic dude stopped liking Soldier 76 because he was revealed as gay. I remember that saga. Oh gosh. The poor men got their feelings hurt because a man happened to like other mans. Oh no. They started hating him after that. The homophobia is so blatant. It's so blatant. When they'll say something to the effect of like, oh, they're retconning it and they're injecting their homosexual agenda. It was like, there was no lore about him before that aside from his cinematic. So, literally, they're not retconning anything because there was nothing to retcon in the first place. It's just adding some lore to the character. It's not a retcon. And even if they had announced he was gay and had previously had a female partner or something like that, that could still make him at the very least bisexual. And again, like, sexuality is fluid, right? It's not set in stone by any stretch of the imagination. Somebody can go from being straight presenting to being gay. And vice versa, I suppose. Could say the same thing about Mass Effect, the Asari sexy alien females thing. Then you have the blokey warrior Krogan race, they balance each other. I mean, I suppose so. Poor cis man hates Soldier 76 because he dates other men. Oh, too bad, cis. Like, it almost reads as though they wanted to date Soldier 76 themselves. How dare they make him gay? Now I won't be able to identify with him. Because I'm not gay, I don't think. Maybe they were attracted to Soldier 76. I don't know. The LGBT... Yeah, that's what's even funnier. It's like, it's just literally some background padding. It doesn't affect the game in any way, shape, or form. It's not like Soldiers... It's not like Soldier 76, and I wish I had the replica of his mask. There is a place that I've been to somewhere near me that actually has a replica of Soldier 76's mask, and if I could, I'd grab it and wear it right now for the purposes of this bit. But it's not like Soldier 76's ultimate is him going, I'm gay! It doesn't affect anything. It literally doesn't have any impact on anything. Don't like a full cast of sexy characters, but I think that the perception on a woman being sexy is often seen as she's just serving males. No, actually, some of us like being sexy and flirtatious and seductive and like to wear certain clothes. I think that's honestly the angle you could take with the Widowmaker character, in that she's very much a pretty stereotypical femme fatale design, but in the sense that she's sexualized for her own purposes. You know, and of course she is a very predatory designed character. I mean, she killed her husband, right? They absolutely wanted to date Daddy 76. Who wouldn't? Clip it. The clip button's right down there. It's like right down there somewhere. Just click the clip button. I can press the clip button. I don't know what I'm clipping. That should be his ultimate, honestly. I'm gay! What does he say? What's his alt line? What's his ultimate line? I don't know. I've got you in my sights, but I can't think of a way to gay that up. I am strong, forlorn. I've got you in my sights. Tactical visor activated. I can't find a way to gay those up. Homosexual visor activated. I've got you in my sights. Strictly 30 seconds only. That's alright. I can go back and I can find like the best bit for the clip. I can edit the clip myself. Oh, I can't edit the clip, but I can make I can retake the clip basically. Anyway, Zenyatta's ultimate is gaze into the iris. The idea of robot monks is interesting too. I'm gay. This is a very, very gay stream. We've turned so gay. Ultimate gay. Alright. So gay. Super, super gay. I'm Batman. I am Batman. I will just freely say that right now. Who wants to react to a video? I know we've had some shitty times with the stream buffering and all that tonight. Should we react to a video? Because there's a video I want to share with you folks. It's a trip. And we can do I haven't watched all of it, mind you, but I can tell where this video is going. Right? I don't even need to necessarily... I'm going to hit record, but yeah, buffering seems to have fixed on your own. Well, that's good. Sounds gay. Hey, that's pretty gay. I can tell where this video is going, right? Just by glancing at the way that it's all set out. I literally had this compulsion today, right, to look up just the word trans on YouTube. And I already follow a bunch of trans YouTubers. And I was fully expecting that YouTube might recommend me one or two of those. I think actually ContraPoints immediately came up as one of the results. But of course, you scroll down just a bit. And I think this was maybe my 5th result on YouTube. I searched just trans. And I scrolled down, and I think this was my 5th video result. Is a video from a channel I've never heard of before called Compound Media. And the video is just called Transgender. And it was uploaded today, right? It's just a video called Transgender. That's it. And I mean, you look at this dude right here, and what's your first thought? Before I even start the video, what's your first thought? What's the first thing that springs to mind? Where do you think a video just called Transgender is gonna go? Right off the bat, with a guy that looks like this. He looks like a racist. Drugs and green screen. Yeah, the green screen's awful. Just wait for it. I am on peer-to-peer.live, yes. All right. It's probably going to say transvestites. Well, I haven't watched much of it, but I have seen the start of it.
There is something going on TikTok, which is, like I said, a distraction. But now there's people that put on these, they talk about gender. Now, I just remember, of course, male and female. And then there was...
I just remember, of course, male and female. Like... Now, of course, he's been raised in an environment where he was specifically taught there was only male and female. Let's get that right off the bat. He's never heard of the word transgenderism, well, we said probably. This was on I searched trans and this came up, right? So it's not like this was not on my account. This is in my watch history because I started to watch it today. Because I only needed like the first minute to get an idea of what kind of vibe this video is going for. Let's go through this together. He's going to be transphobic? Oh, he is going to be transphobic.
Other. And then there's that. Now it's reached a point.
Boy and a girl.
Where...
So hang on. So he says other, which we can effectively say is non-binary these days. Male, female, and other. Other can be non-binary because anything that's not the male or female thing is just under the non-binary umbrella. There's a good graphic I could show you folks to just summarize the whole thing. Where did I put it? Is it in this one? Yeah. It's in the, like, there's just this picture, right? Transgender, you can be a binary, trans man, trans woman, or non-binary, which is just anything that's not the binary. You know, and you could be cis man, cis woman, of course. But under the trans umbrella, binary, non-binary, basically. Anyway, looks like an angry old white dude that whines about everything he doesn't understand. Oh, he does.
I see you.
Hey,
dog
Kiara.
guests.
Welcome,
Welcome,
Raiders.
friends.
Welcome in, Raiders. And more. How's it going? How'd your stream go? Tell us all about it. I hope you are well. Hope you're doing well. And more. Male, female, and more. Delina, hey, how you going? What's going on? Let's start this. Let's kick this off. All right, let's keep going. Let's do this thing. With the pretty colorful lights on. This is going to be the YouTube video. Let's react to this shit.
There's too many. There's so many now that they can't even make sense when they're trying to discuss it. And I played probably a dozen of these already over the course of a couple of weeks. And it's just people that get on and they're compelled to tell you what this new gender is. Well, here's a few.
I can't wait to hear this.
Oh, you won't.
Are they in the same room? They're both in a green screen, but I'm not sure if they're in the same room. And you'll see why I said that in just a second. There's too many. Yeah, because these guys have never heard of gender.
The Rogue Room appreciates your recommendation.
Okay, thank you for the host. Oh, goodness. So, yeah, I'm doing good. Talking about Tiger King. Oh, very interesting.
Even understand it. And of course, well, here's a few.
I can't wait to hear this.
Oh, you won't even understand it.
And this is the thing, and we'll see the clip in just a second that he's talking. The first clip. I've seen the first clip. And he says, you can't even understand it. The person making the video explains it to you. Like they literally go through every finer detail. Anyway.
Of course, it's the usual suspects telling you. But
what's that sexuality? Today's sexuality is trixic. Now, trixic is actually quite complex, especially since it's in...
Here's the funny thing. The guy goes, Trixix for kids. Hello, Merv. How you doing? The guy goes, Trixix for kids, right? Making fun of the term, of course. This is a kid! Like, I mean, maybe I'm just assuming based on their appearance, but this looks like a teenager. These men look like they're at least in their 50s, if not more, and have been smoking since they were this person's age. Right? Like... I look pretty in close-up. Thank you, Caleb. Just found out your whole uni has been marked anti-trans... What? Oh my god. You can't handle cringing through these guys? It'll be fun. Come on, it'll be fun, Croc. Anyway, so Trixic is now Trixic is actually quite complex since it's a new term.
New term. The basic definition is a non-binary person, no matter their orientation, who is attracted to women.
Okay. Pop quiz, everybody. Can somebody tell me what Trixic means? Just off the bat. Can someone just, for anyone who just might, in the last 5 seconds, pop quiz, what's Trixic? Shouldn't be that hard. Can't wait for all these 40 non-binary attracted to women. Crazy! Wacky! How'd you get that? Oh my, it's almost like the words that they said made sense. Can't wait for these 40-year-old boomers to take an extreme, blow it out of proportion and claim everyone is like this. More than likely.
But it's not always an exclusive attraction. The opposite of trixic is toric, which is the same thing.
Why is E-Rock
except
making these
attraction
videos
to
when
men.
he's not here?
Now, someone who is trixic can also identify as a non-binary lesbian or feminimoric, though feminimoric is an exclusive.
That's literally... What's hard about this? Now, of course, they have not explicitly explained what feminimoric means, but I can just read that because I have the most basic foundational understanding of etymology. Feminine, femin, and amoric, amorous. Pretty obvious to anyone paying attention. Just read it, like you could literally just read it.
Exclusive attraction to females, the opposite of which is virimoric. The reason trixic or toric is so new is because the term non-binary is so new. It's also the reason why it's not very well known. Trixic flag contains...
So we get into the flag thing. Like, literally, this person is just trying to explain ideas. And yeah, like, this person is throwing new terms at me, but I'm not, like, freaked out by this new information. Exactly. These guys, their minds are exploding. Why did the man just say Voldemort? Hang on, back up a second.
Virimoric. The reason trixic or...
Oh, virimoric. Is that what you mean?
Toric is so new.
Yeah, he said Voldemort. Because, like, this is their idea of humor, right? It's just making fun of somebody because it's not that they don't understand it, it's that they refuse to understand it, and they think that's the height of comedy, right? They think this is the most hilarious shit in the world. The Anthony Cumia show, according to their overlay. by the way. The Open University in the UK had a new group set up to research gender-critical stuff, made up of all anti-trans researchers from both the Open Uni and other universities. So I assume that's why the whole uni has been slapped as anti-trans. Oh God, that's not good. Over 40. Yeah, like this is the thing, Pac-Man, right? It's like I've had this issue with a number of people who have been transphobic, right? Especially like I've seen a number of right-wing news journalists and people like Ben Shababy, whatever his name. Can you change the color, please? And Steven Crowder and all that. Like, especially there was a video recently of Caitlyn Jenner. I know we're not her biggest fan, but she was being chased out of a lobby by some transphobic right-wing news journalists. I'm assuming they were news journalists. And at some point in the video, like Caitlyn Jenner is just ignoring them, goes out of the front doors, and then the guy with the microphone who is pestering Caitlyn Jenner is talking to his cameraman, and he stumbles over the pronouns. He has to actively make the decision in his head to call Caitlyn Jenner he, to refer to Caitlyn Jenner as a man. He had to go out of his way in his head. He had to conceptualize it before he said it. That's what all these people do. It's like all of this information that's being spat out at these people. I mean, this video isn't even like, this is what's most hilarious. This video is not made for these dudes, right? Obviously, this person is non-binary, or I'm assuming they're non-binary given the context of the video. And they're talking to other non-binary people, and they're trying to explain ideas that they might understand, right? They're talking to a very specific audience. You're not the target audience, dickhead. Anyway, did Steven Crowder get KO'd in a Twitter vid? Yes, he did. Struggle a bit understanding, but trixic is a term used because the non-binary person doesn't identify with either gender, so lesbian wouldn't be a fitting term. I think so, yes. But yes, like I have seen the videos of like Ben Shapiro doing the same thing. He's done the exact same thing where he's stumbling over his words to misgender someone, right? He's trying actively to misgender somebody. He's putting in the effort. But anyway, continuing on.
Is because the term non-binary is so new. It's also the reason.
So for the record, they've said that non-binary is a new term. It is. It is a new term, relatively speaking. I think non-binary has been around a minute, but in the same sense that like transgender is technically a new term, the idea is not new, right? Non-binary people have always existed. It's just now we have a proper word for it.
And why it's not very well known. Trixic flag contains the colors yellow, pink, magenta, and purple.
So does your hair.
Flag contains the colors purple, light.
Wow, he made a jab at the hair color. Did you hear that?
Yellow, pink, magenta, and purple.
So does your hair.
So does your hair. Clever. That's all they've got. What does DPM mean? I'm not sure. Except their hair is blue. It's more like an aquamarine, but I mean, that's irrelevant.
It contains the colors purple, lighter purple, blue, green, and dark green. I hope you guys learned something and have a wonderful day.
Oh, I learned something, all right. That is babble. There's no...
Is he colorblind? He's something. He's definitely, this guy is definitely something. That's babble. You couldn't understand that.
No one can figure out what the fuck they were talking about. I'll be nice.
Oh, he'll be nice. He'll respect the gender just to be nice. I'll be nice. They. Again, actively had to make that point. Do people find this fun? Is this humor? Is this hilarious? I'm confused. Words are hard. This guy. Don't think you should apologize for giving generalizations. Have you heard of ACAB? Well, taking that logic, I consider all Burmans to be bad because they collectively and systemically led us up to this point. Yeah. Please find the hardest object you have and bash me over the head repeatedly, as that will be less painful than having to listen to these boomers. But it's great. It's fun.
We're talking about, because again, I have no clue.
See what happens when you know.
Look, this is the thing though. I literally have no clue. It's babble. It makes no sense. It's gibberish. They literally just watched an educational video of a person explaining the point. Like, did they not pay attention in basic arithmetic in school? Did they not pay attention? I guarantee you they didn't, actually. I guarantee you they were the kind of people who, in English class, the teacher gave them a very short book to read in, like, grade 1. And they didn't read the book. And then when the teacher asked them why they didn't read the book, oh, it was gibberish. It was babble. It was nonsense. It's humor. Like, why are they proud of being dumb? Like, why? There was an article I was reading recently about, this is stupidity. All right? These people, this dickhead and the other dickhead are stupid people. All right? They're stupid, okay? They're not dumb. They're stupid, maliciously. The article that I was reading was specifically talking about how people can be dumb, and that's not necessarily a bad thing, right? It just means that they might not be informed about a certain thing. They might not be educated on quite a lot of things. People can be dumb, and it's not malicious. Stupidity is explicitly malicious, especially when you are using it to attack a person, especially when you're using it on a platform like this. Stupidity can be an active decision people are making in order to cause more toxicity, cause more harm, right? We could go more into that, but that's a bit more psychologically deep.
Hug your kids enough.
We're talking about, because again, I have no clue.
See what happens.
This guy is like 3 feet away from the microphone. I'll just repeat what he says.
So you don't hug your kids enough.
You don't hug your kids enough. Dude, the microphone's over here. This is when you don't hug your kids enough. Step up to the microphone, you dumb cunt. Anyway.
That's it. That child needs attention so badly.
I guarantee you that child is actually getting probably quite positive attention. Deliberately myopic. The way they feel pressure to make a joke out of everything because they have this Walmart version of a late night talk show setting and there's nobody laughing. Oh, that's fucking... They don't even have like the Steven Crowder gaggling sycophants behind the camera. Willing ignorance is a rhetorical technique and a psychologically manipulative tactic for their conservative base. It absolutely is.
There's a missing of a hug.
Someone dropped the ball down the line.
Dropped the ball.
Yeah. Yeah, in parenting.
Like, this is the thing. They think that because this person does not align with the typical binary view of gender, then that person must have been abused as a child. That's what they're getting at. They're inferring that the person's parents, and we have no idea of that person's parentage. We have no idea of that, what looks to be a 15-year-old, might I remind you. These guys look like they're at least 60 apiece. And, by the way, which one of them is supposed to be Jim Brewer in the background on that TV? I'm just curious who that guy is, because he doesn't look like either of them. Obviously old, ugly, white Christians. Yeah, exactly. Does seem like there's a group of older people who take too much pride in being out of touch and have no interest in keeping up, and that's honestly the only most charitable position I can give to people like this. Like, this is why boomers are such a stereotype. Like, that whole stereotype of, let me think for a second, like the older parent who just doesn't understand their kids. These guys are it. They're the very reason. 60s. How old are they supposed to be? Let's keep watching.
And that, I know there's this treacherous...
There is a confusion going on. There's an onslaught online.
Yes.
Like, major, where...
Very hard to defend against as a parent, I think.
Which even with that KGB guy, and there was...
KGB? What? Is he referring to like the Russian agency, or is he referring to like a radio station? What are we getting at here? KGB? What? Jim Brewer. Remember him doing stoner comedies. Is that him? Is that guy? We should Google their ages. Look them up. See how old they are. He has fallen.
Some things where they say, like, what better way to take over country? You confuse the youth.
Yeah.
They don't even know if they're boys or girls anymore.
What better way to take over the country? Why do these people have this idea in their heads that for some reason trans people are part of this effort to destabilize the alleged empire of America? This is so ridiculous. Oh no, we're allowing people the agency to have their own individual identity. Clearly they're trying to destabilize society. Defend against it, KGBGs. That dog whisperer is sounding more like a foghorn. The Russians are transing our children.
And then
the most basic thing. They confused the most basic A, B, 1, 2, black, white. They confused it.
And I tried.
What on earth is he going at? The most basic A, B, 1, 2. Literally, did these people graduate primary school? Is the question I would like to ask. Did these people graduate grade school? not middle school, grade school. Did they get past like grade 4, right? Is that because these people are again, this comes back around to the stupidity thing. They are demonstrably proud of the idea that their education stops at age 10, right? My daughter is smarter than these kids, and kids. My daughter is smarter than these guys, and she's 9, right? Jim Brewer looks like an Andrew Wakefield stand-in, and yeah, it looks like he used a photo about 30 years ago. You can't do that. Why, Jim Brewer, are you that guy? You can't use that photo. Most basic AB 1-2 plus. Yeah, exactly. Why is he suddenly talking gibberish? Like, these guys are quite hypocritical when you consider the things they're going on about. The KGB thing. He just randomly segues in the KGB thing. That has nothing to do with anything. If trans people are in an attempt to take down the government, good. Yeah, I mean, if we can migrate towards an anarchist society that doesn't need the current system because of transness, and if that's the trans agenda, I'm on board. Let's go.
It's amazing when you think about it.
I talk to my kids, and what they've also taught them is how to be instantly angry and debate it. So if I go like this.
Seriously, dude, never go on a talk show again if you cannot sit near the microphone. Don't ever go on a talk show or a podcast ever again, you idiot.
Hun, there's either male or female. No, there's another, like, sweetie.
See, like, this is the thing. He's so caught up in this idea that there are only 2 genders based on an archaic and outdated view of sex biology. We know that sex is not a strict binary. But because these two have been culturally conditioned to believe there is a binary for various reasons, they cannot accept new information at all, right? Somebody like that kid probably has great supportive parents. They don't seem stressed about it. Yeah, exactly. That kid seemed really chill and casual and really, like, comfortable with expressing themselves. I dare say that kid's got accepting parents. I dare say that kid's got parents that hug them, you know? And, like, I don't want to go back to the clip because it's a few minutes ago now, but I'm fairly sure I saw, like, a pride flag in the background of their bedroom, at least. And I mean, what unaccepting, rude parent who is not taking care of their child is going to let their kid put up a pride flag, right? It's actually making you cringe. Good. That's what I want.
Plants. Male, female. Sweetie.
Hang on, listen.
Plants.
Did you photosynthesize today, folks? We are not plants. We are not lions in the savannah. We are not fish in the ocean. Some fish can literally just change their biology. I think clownfish can literally swap their sex biology if they need to. Is that the one? Am I right? It's plants. You can't use the biology. And again, he couldn't be more wrong. I think, like, mushrooms have got like 18 million different sexes or something like that. You can't use the argument of another biological being, another biological species, to define humans. That's not how this works. That is not how this works.
Male, female.
Yeah.
Give me a moment. Hang on. He's got to be wrong about this. Do plants have sexes? Let's have a look. The idea of... Fuck off. Continue to cite. The idea of male and female in plants is a bit mysterious to many people, and there are several variations on the theme throughout the plant kingdom. In plants, as with most animals, the male parts are associated with the production of sperm, and the female are associated with eggs. Thus, in angiosperms, flowering plants, and gymnosperms, plants with naked seeds, the male structures produce pollen, which contains sperm, and the female structures have one or more ovaries, which contain eggs known as ovules. We'll skip over the spore-producing plants, such as ferns and liverworts, because their life cycles are more complicated, but they too have male and female parts. But again, let me think for a second. Conforming to the social gender structure since always. Yeah, that's the thing that this person is not getting the point of, is that sex and gender are 2 distinct concepts, and we cultivated the idea of gender, and even sex itself, even biological sex itself, the strict binary category of male and female. We narrowed that down to make it easier to explain to grade schoolers. But even then, I think in the curriculum of certain schools, both in the US and here in Australia at least, they are adding information, because it is relatively new curriculum information. They are adding further details and including the fact that there are intersex people. Like, these guys have been conditioned to believe that there is only male or female human beings, and thus male and female plants, male and female lions, whatever. But our biology is not that strict. It is not that rigid. You want to know how I can prove that biology is not that strict and rigid? Humans don't all look the same. If the biology was that there are only males and females, we'd all look identical. Our biology doesn't work that way. We have excessive biological diversity amidst ourselves. Even just having a different shape of nose disproves this biological essentialism. Pronouns are trees. I'd like to be a cactus, yeah. I sexually identify as a ficus. We're all tree lizards.
Animals.
Anyone that's ever grown weed knows that.
Right. Male, female.
Yeah.
Everything
Of course, they're going to bring up the weed thing.
is a positive and negative. I'm just
Dude sounds like he has gone through an entire bag before even starting the show.
saying you can't just create a new species.
No.
What the fuck is he talking about? Species? What species? What species is being invented? Nobody's saying we're no longer humans, you dumb fuck.
Biologically, you're either one or the other. Now, mentally,
I want to make a remark that I really shouldn't. Like, and I spoke about this on my TikTok recently. If you follow me there, you can follow me on TikTok. About how mental illness is used as a degradation. He strikes me as the kind of man who's not just done weed throughout his life, and it has affected his brain in a pretty significant way. What the actual Jesus fuck is he saying? Confusing plants with humans, obviously, because he can't tell the difference between sex and gender, yeah. Oh no, it's stuck. Don't pause. Is the stream still going? Yeah, the stream's still going.
you can think whatever you want. And that it's all explained mentally.
Right.
So, I think he's at least grasping the concept. This is what I don't get. Why do they have an issue with this? He's literally got it. He's literally got it. Somehow, his two brain cells have rubbed together in such a way that he has understood that, yes, there is such a thing as sex biology that defines certain characteristics among humans, among plants, among animals. Yes, of course, we understand that. But he has now figured out that gender's up here, and gender is social. Gender is an identity. He's figured it out. Is this a self-aware wolves moment? Did I say that correctly? Self-aware wolves? Yeah. Do you folks go on the self-aware wolves subreddit? It's good shit. We'll look at some memes from there in a minute. My mentally non-binary, does that mean I'm still a man? Well, no. If you are non-binary, you are non-binary. That means you are not a man or not a woman. Probably still believes in objective truth there. Yeah, exactly. They do understand already. They are purposeful not understanding for the camera. But he's literally explaining the point. No. I wasn't saying that weed did this to him. I'm saying he's been on other drugs. He's definitely on the slope to like Ozzy Osbourne levels. Anyway, he's literally debunked himself and the other guy.
So if you mentally want to create things, knock yourself out.
What's the problem then? What's the issue?
Free.
But
imagination.
I'm still always going to be in the world where I grew up, and I'm not saying that's right, but you're a male, you dress up like a female, you're transvestite.
Right.
Oh my god, he said it. He said... Where is the sound effect that I'm looking for? You dickhead. That'll do. He went straight for the transvestite. I'm just a sweet transvestite from transsexual Transylvania. He went there. We have a clown sound? I need to get a clown sound. He said transvestite. He went there. He went there. He fucking went there. No, that word is not relevant. Finnish archaeologists just found out that a person from the 12th or 13th century they found with female robes at the time and the sword of a warrior had XXY chromosomes, which probably led to characteristics they interpreted as male and female at the time. The grave implies they were a person of power. Exactly. Yeah, if you can provide a link to that, that'd be pretty awesome. But I mean, we could just go look at Elagabalus as well as an example of the fact that transness is not a new concept that we just made up last week, right? Just set Shinigami Eyes on his Twitter. He's read for me now, unshockingly. Gonna stick in this archaic mindset I know is wrong and has been proven wrong.
That was the word. That was the word for
Transvestite.
it.
It's Halloween every day for you, and I give you all the credit in the world. I mean, that's a lot of work. That's a lot of work.
Yes, it is. But that doesn't mean that the person who is dressing up as a woman is a man, which is what he thinks.
A lot harder than putting on a pair of pants and a t-shirt and going outside.
I agree.
Yeah, did they realize how much effort gender is? Jesus Christ. Men have it so easy. Can we talk about the fact that men have it so easy and to the point where gender-neutral clothes are just masculine outfits? Anytime someone says, I'm wearing a gender-neutral outfit, it's a t-shirt, jeans, and sneakers. That's a man's outfit. Anyway. Clothes being gendered is ridiculous, but anyway.
Lipstick and hey, there's a woman, a guy in our town.
There's a woman, a guy in our town. You know where this is going.
And when he first came in to this coffee shop,
this coffee shop sounds like a hoot.
It is, man.
Haven't even gotten into the story yet. It's just like, there was a woman, a guy in our town, came to this coffee shop. This coffee shop sounds like a hoot. Based on what, dude? Like, honestly, if you told me it was a cat cafe, that sounds like a hoot, and I want to go to a cat cafe. We're changing the funding goal from me getting boobs to me funding a cat cafe. Okay? Once lockdown is over, I'm starting a cat cafe. Sorry, I'm distracted.
Holy shit.
It really is. And walked in.
Yeah, again, this comes back around to what I was saying before. People like him, people like Steven Crowder, Ben Shapiro, etc., etc. It's active misgendering that they are going through the effort of putting out there. And it is, again, like I mentioned before, active stupidity. They're not dumb. They're not ignorant of what's going on here. They're actively stupid, and that's a malicious thing.
And I was like, when you're looking and you're like...
Yeah, Shay, you're absolutely right. Transition fucking works because these dweebs keep needing more and more effort to correct themselves after correctly gendering people. That's the thing, right? How many times have you seen the argument online of like, oh, we can always tell? It's like, oh, I could always tell when it's a trans person. And it's like, no, you couldn't. No, you couldn't. I guarantee you I passed to a lot of people. And passing is stupid. Don't get me wrong. Like I believe passing is an explicitly toxic thing that needs to go away as a concept. But by the same token, I do understand why it exists, what function it serves. But yeah, I guarantee you I pass to a lot of people who then have to, like, once they find out I'm trans, they will go out of their way to misgender me. They are actively being stupid. Thought if I wanted to dress like a man, my shirts have to have flames or skulls on it. Ooh, edgy. Mad because he found a trans woman hot. I guarantee he found a trans woman hot.
Would you? I don't know. It is, man. To this coffee shop.
Oh, gee.
This
coffee shop sounds like a hoot.
It is, man.
Holy shit.
It really is. And walked in and I was like, when you're looking and you're like, would you? I don't know.
It's literally like we didn't even need to go much further into the video to get to that. We literally void, like what you just said. You called it in seconds. Why are they so predictable?
And then you're like, there's something different, like the back structures. And then, when he was like, oh, I have a chocolate muffin. You went,
whoa.
Oh, wow. But at the end of the day,
It's always the voice thing, too. This is why a lot of us have voice dysphoria, by the way, because if we dare to speak in what is considered our normal voice, I mean, I won't lie and say that there's no amount of effort involved in changing my voice to sound the way that I like it to. But at some point it becomes a habit, and even then you shouldn't discredit a person based on their voice. I've met deep-voiced women. I have met cis women who look quite masculine. I've met cis women with facial hair. Yeah, would you what? Would you what? Now he's in denial. He found a trans woman hot and he's in denial. He's coping. Cope and seethe. Cishet scum.
And go to a porta potty and stand up, and he doesn't have to worry. Not this is right or wrong, but
why do you care about the way they piss? Why do they fucking care?
He's a male that dresses like a female.
Right. That's the thing.
And maybe he wishes he was a female.
Imagines he's a female. Whatever it is.
Female.
But when with the COVID.
Hello, Space. How you doing? Woman with a sword. Do these researchers know their audience? Because yes, please. Now I'm thinking about a boobs and cat cafe. Dan will probably end up all Hooters and a feral cat problem. Can't have anything nice with so many cis straight drunk men about. They probably do have a bit of a piss kink. One of your buddies is a gay male with a very, very feminine voice, and he speaks to you about how men won't give him a try because of his voice. That's unfortunate.
COVID, when we have it pounded in our head that we must trust the science and the science this and
hang on.
with COVID, when we have it pounded in our head that we must trust the science and the science this and science.
We must trust the science and the science this and science. The microphone's over here, dickhead.
And then they completely throw science out the window when it's convenient for them to say there's 18 genders on a fucking employment sheet. That's.
I don't think I've ever seen a single employment sheet that has 18 genders listed on it. Usually it's just man, woman, or male, female, other, or non-binary, which again, non-binary is an umbrella term which covers numerous different genders. And quite frankly, why do you need to specifically... I mean, statistically speaking, it is good to keep track of hiring practices. It's good to keep track of who is being hired. But still, it is rather invasive to leave a gender question on an employment certificate. Such a difficult concept. Imagine him like, yeah, her spine is so masculine.
Where the hypocrisy and contradiction.
And by the way, he's mentioned the science here. Like, if we come back a second.
It's on a fucking employee, and it's convenient for them to science. And then they completely throw science out the window.
Yeah, they completely throw science out the window, completely dismissing the fact that social science is a science. I don't know how to break it to you guys any harder than this, but there are literally scientists who are studying different scientific things about society. That's where gender, what's the phrase I'm looking for? Like, gender theory comes from. Like, it literally has been studied by people far more intelligent than both of the men in this video. You know, like, it is a science. We're not throwing science out the window. It is a science. And biology, that they're probably going to hammer on about some more, does not support their viewpoint here. You know, sociologist, exactly, which is what I'm studying. I'm a sociology student. Hello, JMM. How's it going? Two people who don't understand how science works and never paid attention in science class. I bet they never even made sherbet.
When it's convenient for them to say there's 18 genders on a fucking employment sheet. That's where the hypocrisy and contradiction.
Here's where it all comes down to, too. If you... all media... If media did not exist, none of this would exist.
Yeah.
What?
Absolutely.
Zero.
You don't think a guy on a soapbox, hear ye, hear.
Did they not realize they are the media? What is it with male SNL alumni becoming reactionary shitbags once they fade out of relevance? True. Butler's a philosopher. I thought she was a sociologist / social scientist. I need to read Butler, I think, actually, on that note. Because what I'm writing at the moment for my upcoming video is very gendered. It's very gender. I need to read some more gender.
Yeah, the men, women, pangender.
None of it.
Pangender. He knew that, like, he knew that pansexual was a thing, and he knew like different genders are a thing, and he just mashed the two together. Or I think pangender actually is its own thing, but it feels like such a fringe term that I'm surprised he knows. What is pangender? Can someone clarify to me if pangender is a real thing? Is it a real thing, or is it just pansexual? Human gender existed before TV, you fucking clod. Pangender, I am all the genders.
You need mass media.
None of it would exist.
Yeah.
So whatever's controlling...
Do they not realize that the media that we consume is influenced by the circumstances of the world in which we live? Like, art is always influenced by the world we live in. Art is an expression of how somebody is interpreting the world they are experiencing. So that means all the media, including talk show bullshit like this, including streams like this, all media, all art, I consider this to be my own form of art in a sense, is an interpretation of and an experience of the world in which we live. I'm sorry that I screamed that so loudly, by the way. I should have done it a little bit quieter, but anyway. What? What would be the difference between being all the genders and being none of the genders? Being cis. Pangender means having all genders it's possible to have, and other similar definitions. That's interesting. Pangender people are those who do not wish to be labeled or as female or male in gender, as they feel that they do not fit into the binary genders because they feel they are all genders. That's just fucking awesome, actually. It's like some god tier shit. Pangender people are literal gods compared to these chuds. Obviously, humans were male-female binary beings before one day a TV showed up and started making people gay and trans. Well, NB isn't technically like all the genders. NB is not male or female, but it's confusing. Pangender means you identify with all or all common gender identities, but he definitely only heard pansexual and just conflated sexuality and gender again, which they always do. What have you missed? We're still reacting to dickheads.
Every airwave, from your TikTok to your feed on your Instagram, your Facebook, every TV program is pushes out every single channel, every single program director putting television
now more
on.
Blatantly than ever.
You came from television. You came from this very same media you are now shitting on. I was a straight cis male until I turned on a TV, then I suddenly felt like a woman. I literally came out of the closet because I had an internal realization thanks to lockdown and having the opportunity to really sit with my own thoughts in my own head. Anyway.
It is if you weren't even like pornography.
Here we go. Where's this gonna go? Just wait for it. Is it gonna bring up fucking Bailey J?
I find it hard.
Never heard of it.
I find it hard to believe you would ever want to take a woman and she's like, "Can you do me a favor? Can you choke me and punch me really hard, like just above the ass cheek? Really, like, hit me like, and then choke me.
Lose my kidney."
Oh my god. He's like, this guy's got experience with this shit. We're kink shaming people. Way to reveal the kind of porn he watches. That was her name, yes. Projecting his kinks. Have a good one, Caleb. Thank you so kindly for being here. I mean, this is better comedy than what I think that is. The comedy is not intentional, I think. I never said anything was wrong with Bailey J. I just thought he was going to bring her up.
And that is, all of it is such a demonic and all
evil. Again.
It's pure evil and demonic in what it's doing.
Here's an interesting thought from a video I watched. Oh, no, it was ContraPoint's video where she was talking about the fact that, evil, there's like, what was it? What was the philosophical ideas? There was good and there was bad. And good was, I can't think of the specifics of it. But like good and bad were two different things. right? And bad was seen as stuff like you're poor, you're disabled, you're downtrodden, or like that's seen as like a bad set of circumstances, whereas good is you're well off, you're able-bodied, you're privileged, generally speaking. But evil is when the people who are suffering the bad look at what is perceived as good, right? And these people are looking at, and yeah, they're doing Bible thumping, as if you could be surprised. They're looking at this from the perspective of what is good for other people, i.e. different genders, different sexes, people having fetishes and kinks and all that kind of thing. They're looking at things that are bringing people a specific form of joy. This is something that happens a lot with transphobia, is that trans joy is overwhelmingly a good thing. I see so much trans joy all the time, all over social media, all over YouTube, all over Twitch. I see so many happy trans people just living their lives, living their truth, enjoying who they are, right? I see it on TikTok as well, since TikTok is kind of the topic of the video. And they see it by the same token as we were saying before about how you've got the bad, who are the downtrodden, looking at the good, who are the privileged, and the bad are seeing the good as the evil, and the bad are seeing themselves as the good because they are not the more morally reprehensible of the two. And these guys are seeing, because like, as I mentioned before, like the downtrodden are seeing the privileged as enjoying their privilege as being, you know, they see themselves over here, the privileged types see themselves as being good. By the same token, these guys are seeing other people enjoying their happiness, other people enjoying their life and their all these kinds of things, having their joy. They see it as evil and demonic, like he said, because that is a type of goodness they don't understand. That is a type of joy they don't understand. So it must be evil, must be vile, it must be awful. Am I from the Himalayas? No, why?
Is step by step, they're just dehumanizing all of us.
How horrified would you be
I don't know
in high
what
school if a
Dehumanizing all of us. Okay.
girl, like, you go out...
We're not all... We don't all want to go by its pronouns, for the record. Necro, can I get a flex in? Hang on. I can get a flex in. I can do this. Flex for the thirsty bitches. I want to see my nipples. Oh, there's a flex. Check out my lats. Oh, there you go. Oh, are we allowed to have those jokes on Twitch? I don't know. Anyway. Check out my lat spread. Everyone is always on the good side with God, etc. Yeah. Read the message, but not the username. It's all good.
What a girl, you're fucking shaking because you think you might actually have some form of sex with this girl.
Yes.
And
Hang on.
How horrified
Go back for a second.
would you be?
I don't know
in high
How
school?
horrified would you be?
If a girl, like, you go out with a girl, you're fucking shaking because you think you might actually have some form of sex with this girl.
Yes.
And she's like,
Some form of sex.
could you fucking choke the shit out of me? I want you to punch my tits. I want you...
Right before I have orgasm, I want like right in the temple. I want to.
Why are they so obsessed with it? Oh my god, what? I mean, I thought it was bad when Ben Shapiro did his little bit on trans people, and he went from like Elliot Page to trans women to sexuality, all in the in the one video thing. These guys have gone from non-binary identities to like hyper-violent porn tropes. Yeah, some form of sex sounds rather rapey. What the fuck is what is this? What does this have to do with literally anything? We're 7 minutes into this video. They started watching the TikTok at around 1 minute in, and in 6 minutes, they've completely shifted their trajectory to an entirely different... Like, what does this have to do with anything?
Almost pass out, but not really. And then as I'm almost passing out, choke me out to my eyes go like this. But I don't want to pass out completely.
Dude, you'd fucking be... You'd be horrified.
I'd be going home. I'd go to my parents and like, listen,
I think...
Carol needs help because I think she's gonna kill herself because she wanted me to strangle her. Dad, I'm sorry. We were in the...
This has gotten into some, like, Bo Burnham level of absurdity at this point, and I'm not sure what I've stumbled into. I'm sorry I've brought you along for this adventure. I should have screened this beforehand because this is getting incredibly disturbing. What?
basement, and I'm sorry, but it was weird. I don't know what's going on in her house or something happened to her, but she wanted me to punch her in the rear end.
My brain gone.
And she made me pull her hair, and I feel so bad for her.
Content warning for everything. Content warning for white men. Content warning for cis-het white men. Just so we're clear, that's what we're getting.
Who asked for themselves?
You see the way he's laughing? I get the suspicion the only reason he's laughing is because he's actually uncomfortable with the way the guy's just going on. Have you folks ever watched any comedy by Chris D'Elia? Right? For a brief time before he was outed as a rapist, I was watching a few clips of Chris D'Elia, and there was one segment where he did a bit. I think it was like an analogy or something like that. I was like, something along the lines of like, I'm trying to think of the specific thing. What was it? Oh my God, I think I know. Hello, Lydia, how you going? Essentially, though, he made a joke that was like a two-liner kind of joke, or one-liner kind of joke, and then he just kept changing the phrasing to keep repeating the joke over and over and over again. He did it incessantly for a solid, like, I want to say, if he did it like 5 or 6 times, okay, kind of pushing it. Dude legitimately went to like 18, 20 different phrases. And you can tell the audience, and I got to a point where I'm just like, the only reason I'm laughing at this is because he's making an idiot of himself, and it's not funny anymore. It's kind of desperate. And the only reason I'm laughing is because I've got to fill I almost want to laugh at you to drown you out and stop you from continuing to go on this point. Like, that's kind of the vibe I get from that kind of comedy, the kind of vibe I get from whatever the fuck this is. They think that they're successful comedians because people are laughing at them. Not with them, they're laughing at them in such a way that they're just kind of like, this is incredibly uncomfortable, and I'm laughing at you because I kind of want you to stop, but I don't know how to tell you that's enough. All I'm getting out of this is that this guy's either a super vanilla coward or is hard repressing some hardcore kinks. Am I making sense? I hope I'm making sense. I wanted this to just be a video about trans stuff because the title of the video is transgender, and it's just gone off the rails.
Her hair pulled and spit on.
And now...
Why are you looking at us like that, you freak? Don't give me that look. Don't you give me that look. Okay? You're the one who just exposed your entire ass, friend. Don't you give us that little... whatever the fuck this is.
It's like, yeah. It doesn't make any sense.
The devil horns on the head?
Anymore. Yes. Totally evil. And
Totally evil. Again, we started on non-binary gender identities.
Again.
And sexualities relating to those. Looking amazing, Abby. Love the neck chain. Thank you. Got distracted by these what the fuck tubers. Comedy at another person's expense is trash. The best comedians are the ones who do self-deprecative stuff. So this guy, he's doing kind of like, well, he wasn't self-deprecating. He was projecting onto this imaginary other group of people, but it definitely reads as though he was doing a lot of stuff that's kind of projecting, And
this and media, like you said, this wouldn't happen without the media being complicit in all this shit.
You can't tell me.
Oh, God, that's so...
Where I went in Kenya.
And yeah, like they're conflating trans identity with sexuality and kink, which brings us back to the trans people at Pride. Not trans people at Pride. The kink at Pride discussion, which is exactly the point, right? There are a number of people who still see being trans as being a sexual kink. Bitch, I don't get off anymore. Doesn't work. I don't think this would be much of a sexual fetish if I can't get off. Anyway, beside the point. Kenya has no trans people. Let's find out what he's going to say here.
In those little villages, there was one guy going, I'm going to spit on you and talk you right, because the rest of the tribe men would be like, hey, Nookie, come here for a second.
Jesus Christ. What is this tangent?
He got evil spirit.
Got some Ferrari
Oh
darts.
my God.
Ping. He had evil spirit. There was not. He was possessed.
And they took care of it.
And they took care.
Yeah.
Of it.
This
There-
is
there
just
has
going
to-
like this is the slippery slope in action. I wanted to say the slippery slope fallacy. Is that the right word for it? But it's just like it's not even a slippery slope. It's a fucking roller coaster. We just nosedive into racism. Holy shit, dude. Why are the tribals from the Bronx?
Overall evil being disguised as this progressive, and I don't want to say progressive in the way that you lump it into liberal or Democrat or thing. Just it's supposedly advancing our
He's doing a bad Caribbean accent for an African character. It's called We Do a Little Racism.
society when all it is doing is advancing into this fucking cesspool.
The more
This video podcast show thing is a fucking cesspool. I'd rather run through Blighttown again.
you
In full Havel's armor with no endurance, doing a pure punching run. I want to put myself through that torment instead of listening to this shit.
learn that what the screen does, whatever screen you're
They almost made a point about porn desensitizing people, but went totally off the rails before arriving anywhere useful. Yeah, it became, and it's still going. I want to know where. I can't predict anymore. I cannot predict where this is going to go anymore. Okay, we've got 1 minute and 36 seconds left of video. I don't know where this is going now. I'm sorry, I have no clue. I've been recording for an hour. Jesus Christ. On this one video.
addicted to. You're addicted to whatever your channel, whatever your radios, or whatever feeds your emotions that you want to be proven right.
Tickling the nipples.
Yeah.
They teach you how to debate. They create things just
What is the problem with debate, by the way? I mean, debate can be kind of cringy at times. Don't get me wrong, but debate is kind of an important dialectic tool. Like, we kind of need it, otherwise there is no room for progress. There is no room for moving forward if we can't express different ideas in conversation with people, which is a form of debate. Right? Debate is not necessarily a bad thing. Why are they... I mean, I know exactly why they're so against it, because it actually forces them to challenge their ideas. If they were confronted with actual different ideas... I want to see either of these people in a legitimate actual debate. I want to see either of these people actually go up against somebody whose ideas conflict with theirs and see what they have to say. Guy likes to strap car batteries to his nipples. I mean, probably.
like Belgium going to Rwanda. They go like,
Back to the racism.
So in North Carolina, this man who had a vagina walked into a bathroom, and I think we need to pass a law that. And then they start. Now, what do you think? Well, I think that. And then you're watching this, and they're telling you how to debate, and they already know your thought process.
Yeah.
And they tap in.
I legitimately do not know this man's thought process. He's the two brain cells that were mentioned earlier in the lore of this particular episode have gone. They've just vamoosed. We're talking about whatever this is. I don't know. I have no clue. I'm sorry, Phantasmagoric. We'll be off this in just shy of a minute, I promise.
To the thought process. So when you go, I would think that someone be raped. I would think that eventually I don't want them in my yard because they'd be raped. Oh, so you know, I'm with that.
You're transphobic.
It's
like Cyrano. They're
they-
just giving you the lines so you could yell at each other.
And then you go out on the street, and
What
then
the
you get your flag, and then you create your parades, and then you sit, and then you debate more. And these guys sit there going, "Can I have more champagne?"
I need alcohol
I
after
love
this.
these stupid humans. Would you like some more champagne, Charlie? Yes, I would. Send the thunder. How many vaccinated do we have now? Oh, they're dropped.
Oh my god. Is he jacking off in the air? He was doing something. I think it was like stirring a pot or something. Yeah, this is a washed up man. This is like Kevin Sorbo levels of sad.
Like flies, but they still think they're safe.
Yeah, do not watch the Anthony Cum IA show. I would advise strongly against that. This is a man that needs to start like building model trains in his basement or something. He needs a hobby. He needs a hobby, and he needs to just listen to like gardening podcasts. How many like hurdles did we jump over in that? Like that, we started with the non-binary thing that they obviously didn't understand. We jumped to obviously a gross misunderstanding of sex biology. Then we went to sexual kinks and fetishes and like religious fundamentalism with the demons and the evil. And then it went to racism, more racism. Then it went back to trans women in bathrooms and transphobia. And then we circled back around to anti-vax. It was like we just speed ran the mental gymnastics. Like it was just, they just did everything. They hit on everything they possibly could in 11 minutes. I don't know how they did it. I kind of want to leave a comment. Debate, attract the person, not the ideas, ruin the reputation of opponent, pick apart any non-relevant word, distract, join non-related things together to win, not related anymore to constructive discussion. I don't watch enough debates to be able to verify that definition. But, man, there's someone's drunk uncle. People like him so pissed at trans people using the correct bathrooms, he'd have a heart attack if he saw a trans guy go into the women's bathroom. Yeah, exactly. That's a point that never, ever gets brought up. Whenever it comes to the trans women in bathrooms thing, what happens when the trans men have to go into the women's bathrooms? What are you going to do when these beefy, manly-looking, manly men end up going into the women's bathrooms because they've been forced to because of archaic laws? I should say draconian laws, but realistically speaking, archaic also works in terms of the mindset behind them. But yeah, no wonder his brain had no brain cells. He needed room for all the gymnastics equipment. They talked about trans men in bathrooms. I think they did that unintentionally. Like, I think he was trying to say, like, a transgender woman who'd had bottom surgery, but he ended up going, this man with a vagina. Because they're aware that like sex reassignment surgery or gender confirmation surgery is a thing, but they would call it, a sex change. God, that was an entire adventure. I cannot even. I have regressed to 2016 Tumblr. I simply am unable to can. If you're watching this on YouTube, I sincerely apologize. Like, comment, subscribe, sub to me on Patreon. I'll see you when I'm looking at you, probably. We're not finished the stream yet, though. I'm just ending that segment so I can edit it later. I will try to cut as much of their ridiculous meandering bullshit and our ridiculous meandering bullshit out of that as possible, but I feel like that's still going to end up being probably like a half-an-hour video. Holy fucking shit. I look cute today, thank you. Luckily already set for your old man hobby. Well, that's good, Croc. I love watching you paint. It's so good. It's so chill and cathartic. They'll get confused and think this is a transgender in the women's room. Yeah. That happened recently. Did anyone... I'm going to go get a wine in a second, by the way. Did anyone recently spot the article that was going around, the news discourse about trans women in bathrooms? Yet again, there was a thing that was published on... Gender Crit Media, which, by the way, the gender critical cultists had a bit of a thing about a particular person going into women's toilets in a high school, and they were going on social media and going, do you want people who look like this in your women's toilets? And it was a transgender man who, because of the laws in his state, was forced to use the women's toilets. So he was medically transitioning, and he had facial hair, and he looked like a man. He dressed like a man. He acted like a man, because he is a man. But because of the laws being so rooted in sex biology for some weird reason, he was forced to use the women's toilets. And the TERFs took this as an avenue to attack transgender women. You see what the problem is? You feared the... she word drop for a second when he started talking about, yeah, we got the transvestite. We got the transvestite out of him, But yes, according to that video, we are now all plants. I agree, we are plants. As long as we'll get the what in the YouTube video. The other day in Jack's stream, some chud came in yelling at Jack saying she'll never be a man named Jack, she'll always be a woman. I would honestly love it if somebody would confuse me for a transitioning man. It'd be fucking amazing. I feel like a lot of trans folks would find that the most affirming shit in the world. I know Jammy Dodger has talked about it on his YouTube channel a few times where he's like, some people have confused me for someone who is transitioning to a woman. It's fucking great. I'd love it. I mean, I don't know if you folks would love it if you are trans, if you would like it if somebody got you backwards. I mean, I won't lie. Sometimes I do get around in pretty GNC clothing. I do sometimes tomboy it up a little bit. I mean, this is probably relatively tomboyish. I'm wearing jeans and like a crop top, but this is a men's leather jacket. You know, we stand the king, Jammy Dodger. Got called a trans man. We are Argonians. Our gender is decided for us by licking the history sap. Oh gosh. Basic.
Abby, you will never be a man.
Basic. Damn it! Damn it! I will never be a man. Fuck. Hey Alexa, play Mad World by Gary Jules. It'd be great to have an Alexa just to do that bit, but I don't have an Alexa. I've got a Google Home, but it's in my kitchen. I wonder, I should bring that in here, actually. That'd be pretty great. TERFs and other transphobes don't want trans people to use the bathroom corresponding with their age gap. They don't want trans people to use the public bathrooms at all, or else give up on transition. Exactly. Oh, how convenient. Anthony Cumia is banned from Twitter. What do you know? Anthony Cummies is banned from Twitter. Tony Cummies. Let's call him Tony Cummies from now on. I want to leave a comment. I want to leave a comment. Okay. Let's do a bit of internet comment etiquette for a moment. Okay. Wow, I haven't been on a wild ride this ridiculous since... I need to come up with something. Since, Let me think. May never be a man, but I am a true alpha. Yay. Tony Cummies. His name is Tony Cummies. And I'm gonna put that into the comment as well. Yelp review style comment. I haven't been on a roller coaster ride like this. Well, I need to think of something. I'm not clever. I'm not clever in the moment. I'm confronted. Hey, oh, okay.
You are too kind.
Anonymous. I will find out who you are. Your new internet boyfriend, Jimmy Swix, FAQ enabler, internet phenomenon, Cactus Glow. Enjoy those subs, you fucking legends. And anonymous gifter ×5. You are a legend.
Too kind.
I thought Mr. Toad had a wild ride. I want to write a whole novel.
You are too kind.
Just like to waste time for fun. I haven't been on a ride this...
You are too kind.
I haven't been on a ride this crazy since my... Basic. Hype. Basic. Oh, wait. Oh, hype train.
Another round on you.
Hey, thank you for the 25, you fucking legend. We are at 63% of the way to level 2 hype train. Fuck yeah, we got a hype train, and we're gonna keep doing this. This is our hype train moment. This is our hype train moment. Hello, Haley. Hello, Haley. How you doing? Reminding you of an artist you follow who was drawing a strange alien creature, making a yelling face, and someone demanded the creature be yelling too many cummies. Enjoy those gift subs. I haven't been on a ride this crazy since my uncle Todd took me down to the abandoned amusement park and showed me where all the bodies were from the time the roller coaster crashed. And
basic.
Choo-choo. 100 Thank you so kindly, Haley. Come on, we're trying to... I need help. Can we Mad Libs this? Somebody help me. Where all the bodies were from when the roller crashed. From when... I don't know. I'm trying to think of something just ridiculously loopy because this video made no sense, and I want to post I want to post a comment that makes no sense. Give me some ideas. Give me some ideas. Give me some shit that I can say. Fortunately for me, Uncle Todd, I need something. I need something.
Thank you for
Winona, thank you
continuing
for
your
the tier
membership.
1. Come on, help me out here, folks. Help. You're not feeling witty. Neither am I. My brain's not working. Show me what happens when you don't lower the safety bar. Tried to cover it up because they... I don't know if they're called carriages, the coaster carriages. Fortunately for me, Uncle Todd... there's something about Uncle Todd. We gotta extrapolate Uncle Todd a little bit. Fortunately for me, Uncle Todd was... Jump the track. We've gone off the... This commentary was half-baked. Is that the movie he was in? Was that what it was in? What he was in?
Another round.
Anonymous
on you.
Chiro with 200 bits. Haven't been on a ride this wild since Grandpa died during our road trip and we had to go to the... 10 out of 10! Thank you for the 10 out of 10, Amy. Oh my goodness. Uncle Todd knew what to do with corpses. Okay, he knew what to do with corpses, and we gotta write a story here. It's gotta be... He was in Half-Baked, okay. I don't know, should I just not bother? Subscribe to Compound Media for full uncensored programming. I love capitalism, good for you. Well, speaking of capitalism, give me money. You should subscribe right now. Sent me a DM about a possible raid suggestion. Sounds good, Jelly. How are you doing, by the way? It's based on Little Miss Sunshine, by the way. Oh, okay. But unfortunately, the soy transitioned me. This, which, you know, Soylent. I'm making a reference to the Soylent drink, which is kind of amusing that there is a drink called Soylent. Anyway, the soy transitioned me from... Let me think. I'm thinking. To a tinfoil hat wearing QAnoner who... I'm a lousy capitalist, don't even appropriate excess labor value. I know, I'm really bad at this. I'm sorry, I'm trying to be a better capitalist. How do I cultivate excess labor value? I mean, if you folks make clips for me and I take the clips and I post them on like my TikTok or my Twitter or whatever and I get a bunch of views and those views result in me getting more subs on Twitch or more subscribers on Patreon, then technically speaking, I could be exploiting the labor of the people who are making clips. Oh, I can't think. Come on. Crazy there are actually people who think that tinfoil hat gibberish is great and want to see more of them. I know.
You are too kind.
Hey, thank you for gifting a sub to Jelly. Anonymous. Into a vaccinated plant. Yeah, hang on. Transition me from a naive boy to a vaccinated plant. Tinfoil hat wearing vaccinated. Need some employees to underpay. I do. I'm a human. I'm not a map. Maps are like those things that where you like plot out where you're going on a trip. I'm a human. I'm not a piece of paper. Or like, I mean, Google Maps nowadays is pretty useful. You know, you can like have an interactive map on your phone that gives you like GPS instructions. And I became Caribbean for some reason. It says I'm running out of ideas. I mean, I already had no ideas. Unironically being afraid of hormones in soy, but eating and drinking dairy products. I know, right? Remember MapQuest? Now you feel... We still got 1 minute and 30 seconds to get to level 4 hype train, and I want to get to level 4 hype train because I want that spider emote. I'm trying to think what else is there. Tinfoil hat wearing vaccinated plant, and I moved to Kenya and became Caribbean for some reason. It's just nonsense. Yeah, thank you, Draco. I need more. What is the Twitter account banned? No, the Twitter account's not banned. Twitter account's not banned. There's this wackadoodle. Basic.
You rock.
Basic. Thank you, Wizard. For the 100 bits. I got nothing. Fastest fingers in the chat. I can't think of anything else. Oh my goodness. That just shot up all of a sudden. Did something else happen? Or was that just from... There we go.
You are too kind.
Okay. Thank you, Anonymous, for gifting subs to Matthew Perkins, Sad Hap, Nova Ford, Void Entity, not Void Identity, and Mighty Collector. Oh my god, I'm not up to Eric's level of comment creativity. No, the whole not jumping straight. Yeah, I mean, that one was kind of fine. Were you choked by someone possessed by demons? How do we extrapolate this to a...
you are too kind.
From what they said. I used to think I was a person. Imagine my surprise when it turned out that I was actually a plant. I'm photosynthesizing right now. I'm just going to leave that there and just ignore it. There we go. That's what... I can't do the whole story thing. I wanted to, but I'm like... Blah. My brain doesn't work no more. I want to see something. I get the suspicion. Nope, no unban request. Okay. There we go. That's what they get. I'm going to dislike it. Oh, I can't dislike it. Oh, I can dislike it. Just because I don't often get the power of disliking a video, because we tend to watch things that I agree with anyway. So, that was a thing. That was an entire adventure. I meant to do this ages ago. Thank you everybody for hanging out so far. It's been lovely. It's been fun. I'm going to take a quick be right back, and we are going to... I mean, we're still on a hype train. I shouldn't take a be right back during a hype train, should I? Unless you want to push me to level 5, but then I probably won't get my spider emote, which sucks. I mean, I'm conflicted. Do I like money, or do I like little pixelated tarantula? Kind of leaning towards tarantula. I really like the tarantula. It's kind of adorable. Oh, I want the tarantula. It's so pretty. Anyway. Imagine kink shaming this hard. Projection. That guy was on something. He was on like meth, maybe. I don't know. He was on something. His brain wasn't working at sober capacity. And now I don't want my brain to be working at sober capacity, which is why I want to take off and get my alcohol in me and then come back and we can continue doing something we were going... That wasn't meant to go for that long. Oh, I wanted to do the passing discourse. We talked about passing before, and I wanted to do that as a bit of a discussion. If we wanted to. Yeah, he went way beyond half-baked. He went way beyond half-baked.
Another round on you.
Thank you for tuning in. 20 biddies, Amy. Can get the emo, then people can donate more after they can. Only 38th downvote versus 1.2k upvotes. Echo chamber safe space much? I know, right? I know. It's kind of sad. It's really kind of sad. He was on Boomer Juice, yeah. He's just on Boomer Juice. He probably just drinks like IPAs. No, actually, I bet he thinks IPAs are gay. I bet he's one of those people who's like, oh, you drink IPAs are gay. For no reason, of course, but you know, there is sort of a culture built up around IPAs being this distinct hobbyist thing, and I've noticed among toxic masculine types there's a distinct disdain for anything that can be seen as a passionate hobby, and those who tend to drink IPAs or brew IPAs tend to consider it a hobbyist kind of thing, something they actually think about. So as much as I don't like the idea of IPA drinkers, I kind of see them as somebody who might at least have the culture to look at the thing that they're indulging in and say, oh, yes, I actually know a bit about this, and I can tell you a bit about it if you wanted me to. I don't know what I'm going on about. I'm rambling. Because this man broke my brain, and I don't have anything left in there. Thanks for the stream. You're going to go to bed. Sounds good. Sounds good, Danny. Thank you so kindly for hanging out. Lived in Austin for 4 years now and still haven't seen a single tarantula. Well, that's unfortunate. The stream has been bugging out a lot tonight, Joe. Yeah, it's been misbehaving like crazy. IPAs do something. Oh well. Once the timer runs out for the hype train, I will head off to grab my drink and we'll come back and we'll chill out some more. Right past half-baked to fully freaking cooked. God, I can't fathom it. What happened to these people? There we go. Hype train success. Yay, we did it. Received a level 3 hype train emote. God damn it. Didn't get to level 4. Ugh, I misread it again. Does anyone even have a brain anymore? I don't think so. Thank you so kindly, folks, by the way, for the 13 subs, the 655 bits, and the kitty cat emote that I just got. Here you go. Enjoy this kitty cat emote. It's ironically been fine since you asked. Well, yeah, hopefully it stays that way. We've been having bitrate issues all night, which is unfortunate. But anyway, we'll come back in just a moment. And when we do so, we'll talk passing. We'll do the passing discussion. And then we can take a look at your raid target if you like, Jelly, because I'm only going to go for about another hour or so. You're all legends. Thank you for sticking with me through that, because I don't think I could have stomached it alone. Oh my god. Oh my god. Like, what did we just witness? I need alcohol. I need Moscato. That's the wrong button. This one. BRB. I need alcohol. I feel like I have to tell you guys something. Right? I gotta stop saying guys, first and foremost. But you have no idea how fortunate you are that you only had to watch that once. I'm gonna have to take that footage now and watch it back to edit the video for the YouTube channel. Good Lord. You have no idea how lucky you are. Anyway, I'm back. Welcome back. Welcome back, folks. Welcome back me. Welcome back, everyone. How yous doing? I have got little salt and vinegar flavored pea pod crisps, which are fucking awesome. So we're clear. Raise, top of the morning to you. Trans rights are human rights, and anyone who disagrees can go shit themselves. Tabs, can't believe it's not ContraPoints. I'm actually unironically happy that stuck. Thank you for doing the labors of our people. It was such a trip. Like, sorry, I'm zipping up my jacket because I'm cold. That was just honestly, like, I knew what was happening. I knew what was going on in that video, and I just... A part of me is like, I'm aware. I'm well aware of the fact that both of them are playing it up for the purposes of their audience, who are just as stupid as they are. But I watched that footage. I watched that video. And all I could think was like, these guys are claiming other people look crazy and deranged and detached from reality. And I'm like... I just watched a man literally lose his mind on a talk show, devolving from talking about non-binary gender identities to wild sex fetishism and, for some reason, excessive racism. I don't even know what I just witnessed. Hang on. Friend Amy made you upset. Shitpost has a typo. Abigail. And she pointed out, oh no. Oh well. All will be well with the world as long as we don't have to watch boomers talking about non-binary people again. And don't get me wrong, like, I get the concept behind the non-binary related sexualities. And a big anti-media streak. It was a trip. The whole thing was just, oh my god. I can't fathom what we just witnessed. What's going on with this? Why is this not tightened? Sorry, one of my bracelets is not tightened. For some reason, there we go. Which is hilarious because he was talking about the media. The things we watch on TV, the things, blah, 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 blah. It's like, you're literally the media. You came from the media, dickhead. Oh, God. I need to come down off that. That's like a high. But, like, not a good... I feel like I've just taken LSD. And I'm still coming down from it. I've never taken LSD. I don't know what it feels like, but... maybe ecstasy's more of an... Or cocaine. I feel like I just bumped 3 rails at once. Fuck, dude. And here's you, non-binary, exactly. We witnessed the logical conclusion of bigotry, a total divorce from reality. It does seem like it's all they talk about these days, right? On small dick, big truck TikTok, and I hate it here. I need to find my way back to gay TikTok. There was a good TikTok I saw the other day. Where it was like, there was a gay man parked on the side of the road, and he was up there in short shorts and like one of the crop top or something. He's shouting. I was like, "Help! I'm gay and I have a flat tire and I don't like." He's like, "I can't change a flat tire. I'm gay." And then this really butch woman gets into her car. I was like, "Hold on, the lesbians are on their way." It was good. Bought some makeup that you don't know when you'll be wearing it. Take your time. Don't rush yourself. But yeah, now I want to look at somebody like them and actually see them enter into a legitimate discourse with someone who disagrees with their ideas. I want to see what these people say when they're confronted with the reality of the situation, that their viewpoints are just ridiculous. I want to see somebody have an actual discourse with these people. They just start making fun of some people and groping further and further afield for anything they can use to make fun of and bully the people they don't like. They couldn't even stay on the non-binary thing. They started with the, oh, it's just gibberish, it's just babble, you can't understand any of it. And then they just... Like, at least the Ben Shapiro video that is largely similar to what we just talked about, at least that started on Elliot Page, progressed to trans women, and then to sexuality. At least those topics have a tangential link. At least they have, like, partially a part of a link. Like, they connect to one another in a somewhat rational sense. I'm not giving Ben Shapiro credit here, but compared to these guys, sorry, I'm just, like, woefully unprepared for this. I legitimately only watched, like, the first minute or so. Once they started getting into the TikTok bit, watched a bit of that, watched them start to react to it, and then I was not prepared for the rest of that video.
I see you've brought
Kalga!
guests. Welcome.
Hello, friends. Oh, man. You need to... I'm telling you, Andrew. Keep an eye on my YouTube channel this Friday, please. Because what I just went through with my stream, you need to experience it yourself. I'm going to send you the link this Friday when I upload it. You need to witness a total breakdown of the brain. Anyway... You missed a whole adventure in a YouTube channel. Anyway, party lights. Let's go colourful. Let's go bright and colourful. Quack Raid, welcome in. Hello, Ken. Hello, Calgar. Hello, friends. What were you streaming tonight? Can we get a shout out for Calgar in the chat? By the way, thank you to everybody who has followed tonight. I do see you following. I don't have follow alerts on. Oh, that's right. You were streaming Ori. How'd you find it? I have not played Ori in the Blind Forest yet. Yeah, we watched the guy from Half Baked act like a total POS. Super cute. Very nice. Very nice. I think Ori in the Blind Forest is one I want to give a try at some point, yeah. Looks really good. Oh, yeah, what cocktail did you make tonight? I'm so pissed off that we're in lockdown. Because I was really keen on the idea of us doing a cocktail stream at some point. And now I'm just like, I don't know if I'm ever going to socialize ever again. Off, have a good one. Thank you so kindly for hanging out tonight. Oh, no cocktails on Mondays. That is a shame then. Ooh. Oh. Oh, hello. You. This is Koa Moscato, by the way. I think it's a 2018. That has got a distinctly whiskey tinge to it. Why does it have a whiskey tinge to it? I don't know what I'm tasting. I'm turning into one of those people. But I had a hit of like, dude, that's whiskey. Like, I know it's not whiskey. It's wine. It's... Let me actually set that on my palate for a second. Hang on. There's definitely something in that. What's whiskey made of? Someone tell me what whiskey's made of. This is like a strawberry Moscato, I think. Was it strawberry? No. Fuck. There is something... I can't describe to you what I'm trying to put it into words, but like I know what the flavor of whiskey is, and there's like this very slight tinge of whiskey in this Moscato, and I'm like, what the fuck? Good night, Fox. Have a good one. You're autistic. I'm autistic. I am autistic. We're gonna do a. It could be something to do with the barrels, actually. Yes. Whiskey barrel wood for flavor. There we go. That must be it. That must be it. I don't know what it is, but it's corn, rye, barley. Depends on the type. There we go. I gotta get myself some whiskey. I haven't had whiskey in ages. Oh no, actually I did have it recently. because I went and saw my whiskey friend. She has a pair of glasses, right? A pair of whiskey glasses. She bought a bottle of Jack Daniels, I think it was, that came with these 2 glasses, and they are our whiskey glasses. So whenever I go see her, she has these glasses specifically for her and I to drink out of. I love her. She is the best. Scotch grain whiskey is usually made from 10 to 20% malted barley and then other unmalted cereals such as maize or wheat. There we go. Alright. Content time. So I made you some content. Shall we do a content? I really shouldn't have sung that in a deep voice, but I mean, it sounds more like Bo Burnham if I do a replication of Bo's voice, doesn't it? White woman Instagram. Hello. No, if you're going to sit there and pester me, you're going to come up here and have a hello. I am a goth chick who streams. I sound cute anyway, thank you. Why don't you just sit and enjoy the lovely, luxurious feel of denim? I mean, denim's pretty nice. Hang on. Is it welcome to the internet? Yeah, what is it? That's not the right song now. I can't remember what the song was. I need to rewatch Inside. Yeah. But look, I made you some content. Daddy made you your favorite open wide. Here comes the content. It's a beautiful day to stay inside. Maybe I should take singing lessons. Oliveto? We need to get a better mic for the kitchen so you can turn the cocktail segments into YouTube things. That would be good, yeah. Cinnamon Girl for cocktail night. I'll look that one up. Hello, child. Had welcome to the internet stuck in your head all day. I can't get rid of the Jeffrey Bezos song. CEO entrepreneur, born in 1964, Jeffrey Bezos. It's literally just called content. Yeah, look that one up, yeah. Off you go. What are you doing? He likes the Crystal Wizard. I'll look it up in your Discord later.
Ah, I see you've brought
Hello,
guests.
it's another raid.
Welcome, friends.
Hello, raiders. Everyone's hanging out tonight in the Rogue Room. What's going on? Oh gosh, you okay, fuck off then. Welcome in, folks, friends, pals, buddies. Not dudes, because dude is a gendered term. Get it into your head, thanks. Welcome in, friends. How was your stream? Tell us all about it. While I do the shout out thing. There it is. Stardew. Nice, nice, nice. Love it. Love Stardew. I should do Stardew again soon. You're welcome. Now you have to go shower and pee, not at the same time. Lightweight. Have a good one. Thank you so kindly for the raid. I'm going to pest you about Minecraft later. Because we got to do Minecraft. I want to do Minecraft. There are so many games I want to play like all of the time. A little bit of everything all of the time. I want to do all of the games, but I find that just chatting is just better for my stream, so I keep doing just chatting all of the time. Content. Daddy made you your favorite open wide. I should not do that. I'm invoking my own voice dysphoria by bringing myself down to a vibrato. Is that vibrato? Hang on. Yes, meow. Pulsate. No, that's pulsating change of pitch. What is it? No, it's yeah, I was gonna say pebbles. Not chat band is not really a good way to end. A baritone. I might be a baritone. A baritone. Classical male singing voice. Great, cool, fun, awesome. That's amazing. Awesome poggers. Awesome, great. Yeah, awesome, cool, swell. To be fair, like, I can only really do that if I'm trying to sing. Like, I'm trying to think, what's a song that I can do? Backstreet's back. All right. Banned for supporting capitalism in a game. Oh, really? Gaming with Emmy. How you doing? What's going on? Classical, not specifically. Classical, but still, I should probably stop invoking that voice. I should stop bringing out the devil inside. You know. I really should be working on other aspects of my voice that are going to make me sound a little bit nicer and a little bit more effeminate, because I'm a girl, I'm a lady, I am not a man, and I don't know why I would want to do things that would make people think I am a man, because I am not a man. Even though I'm wearing the jacket of one that I stole from a guy and I never gave it back to him, because he was a cunt. Rightio, Andrew, thank you so much. Or Calgar, I should call you Calgar. It's weird because we're like friends. I don't know what to call you. If I know someone's name, I refer to them as that on stream, and I don't know if they're comfortable with that. Have a good one, Calgar. Thank you so kindly for the raid. Anyway. Why do I have my own tab open in Twitch? We were going to talk about... oh yeah, not your surname. Oh, obviously not your surname, yeah. Well, there was this video by ASAP Science that somebody linked before about, never call you Andy. Duly noted. Duly noted. Feel free to call me Abby, though. Anyone who's in... I like being called Abby. It's getting to the point where it's weird that when people call me Abigail. And I'm like, that's my name, though. That I chose for me. I picked the name... And now I get awkward when someone calls me by my full 3 syllables. Why? Anyway. Have a good night, Calgar. Have a good one. Thank you so kindly for hanging out. And when lockdown is no longer over, we're doing a cocktail in 2027. The year is 2027. Change my name to Abby. I mean, it's Abby anyway. I never asked for this. Enough of that. Enough of the deep voice shit. I don't know enough about any, like, female characters that I can quote off the top of my head. Abby is a babby. Definitely remember that you have a few friends that like to be called Abby. I still can't get over the fact that there were so many people who turned the transphobia up to 11 for The Last of Us Part 2 because they heard there was a trans character, and they immediately said, oh, that new character that you can play called Abby must be a trans woman because she's so big and beefy. Despite the fact that the body model for Abby in The Last of Us Part 2 is, what's her name? Not Jocelyn Meta. Not Jocelyn Metler. No, the body model. The body model. No. Bodybuilder. The fuck's her name? Colleen Foch. Sorry, I needed to bring up Colleen Foch. Just for a minute, because I'm just simping really hard right now because I just remembered Colleen Foch exists. And now I'm just like this is the kind of woman I want to look like, you know? Channel currency Amethyst. It's close to my Amethyst. Amy for short. Call me Pebbles. There we go. Need to stop inducing my voice dysphoria. Proceeds to induce more voice dysphoria. How you going, mate? I don't want to show Colleen's. Here we go. I just want to show you Colleen Foch because I'm just like, a part of me is like, oh, the pictures. There we. Well, I mean, here's a thumbnail. Actually, where's their Instagram? Sorry, I just got distracted by very muscular women. I cannot. I simply become unable to can. When I have forgotten what words are. Can she hug me to death? I'm sorry, I'm simping. Sorry. People have treated TLOU too so shitty from the beginning and on. How that must have affected the cast, especially the woman who portrayed Abby and the trans voice actor for the trans character. Oh yeah. I can only imagine being in that position. Like, even just now being myself on the internet and being subjected to abuse from people who don't know me and will never know me. I'll never interact with. It's such a weird thing for there to be just groups of people online who have this explicit idea in their heads that they need to express their vitriol towards a group or a person or whatever based on just some trait about them. Like not like an ideological trait, like a physical trait. Yeah. I too am one of the gays. Specifically for women like her. Or like, this is one of my favorites. Because she's an Aussie too, so she's even better. Come on, where's a good buff picture of Paige Mills? I think I like this girl a lot because she's just an entire badass in numerous respects. But she's also a powerlifter and runs her own gym, I think. But like, look at this. Like, oh my god, just oh my god. Sorry, lifting girls get me. All right, they just. So what's this? All but the pilot, but which appearances? What's this? First 30 seconds. Okay. What am I looking at? Oh yeah, she's a biker.
Full grown! It is just so deliciously delightful to be back.
What in the world am I watching? I think I would generally consider myself a socialist. It's hard to say. I don't, like, this is the thing, like, I consider myself more aligning with the term socialist, generally speaking, but I think that's more of a practical label that I choose for myself. I think there is generally a lot more we can do to get towards a socialist utopia than, for example, communism, ideal communism, and I think anarchism is perhaps a bit too unwieldy to strive towards as it stands. But I mean, I'm not the best to ask about these things. Actually bored of it now. We're all here and we don't care what makes people different. All differences exist. Exactly, Jamie. You're absolutely right. I just realized the numbers in your name are not just first name bunch of numbers. Those are the numbers of pi. I'm a moron. Oh, hot woman deep voice. Never use a mic because idiots feel the need to harass over. Yeah, exactly. It's so unfortunate, Masquerade, that people will just attack you for something that they perceive a certain way, and they think that that's a good. And the reason they do it, of course, is because I'm well aware and I'm very comfortable with the fact of disclosing that I experience dysphoria in numerous respects. I experience dysphoria down there. I experience dysphoria here. I experience this dysphoria, etc. I'm open about those things because I want people to realize that, you know, there are a lot of people online, especially content creators, who put forth this image that they're unbreakable and that they are just this perfect model of themselves. And I think it's kind of naive to have that viewpoint. So I want people to realize I am fallible and I have flaws and I have issues with myself that I want to correct. But sadly, there are people online who go out of their way to attack a person based on commonly perceived imperfections that person might be self-conscious of. But at the end of the day, I realize that those people are just flawed people themselves. and they're dealing with their own trauma and projecting it on others, and as a result, you can't really take those people seriously if they decide to attack you for your voice or your body or your face or whatever. Anyway. Stopped making friends in the gaming community. That's totally understandable. The gamers. Anyway, we were going to talk passing. Which this is a nice segue into, actually. Very nice segue into the passing discussion. We could have a bit of a chit-chat about passing. How about we put a recording on right now? Put a street marker in right now. I'll record this. I'll have 2 videos. We'll see if we can do 2 videos. Because that video before that we reacted to was just melting my brain. So let's talk about passing for a bit. And maybe this can be the YouTube video instead. But I can't remember who it was that said this earlier in chat. But we're gonna have a bit of a chat about passing as a trans person. Which generally speaking refers to, let's just say, for example, someone like me who is a trans binary woman, right? To put all those labels together. I aspire to one day just drop the trans and binary labels. Not that I will never acknowledge that I am trans, and not that I will never acknowledge that I am a binary gendered person. But that I just want people to refer to me as a woman. Like, I just want to be seen as a woman. You know, I don't want anyone to even ask me the question, am I trans? And to that end, I think the reason that I perform gender, so to speak, the way I present myself and all things of that nature, the makeup, the hair, the clothes, the voice, the presentation in general, you know, the reason I put so much effort into, you know, passing as much as I possibly can, which just means presenting as much. I honestly like identifying with your gender's stereotypes in a big way, which a lot of people do take umbrage with. A lot of people do have an issue with trans people, particularly binary trans people, aligning so heavily with stereotypes of their gender. They see that as a almost like, especially transphobes, especially like turfy types, they see it as a mockery of the gender they are, and it's kind of highly amusing to see that there are a group of people who are calling themselves gender critical, and that's a tough way of trying to legitimize their movement, by the way. Don't fall for it. GC cultists are trying to say that their movement is more explicitly about the deconstruction of gender stereotypes, and that trans people, by aligning with those stereotypes, are somehow reinforcing them, despite the fact that trans people are a distinct minority. By the way, I don't know how we can reinforce a stereotype when we are so much a small portion of the population. But, you know, I've met many cis women who dress the way I dress, who do their makeup the way I do my makeup, who talk the way I talk, who walk the way I walk, who perform their gender the way that I prefer to perform my gender. And as a result, I look to them, not necessarily to look up to them, but I look to them as inspiration for what I want to do, because I want to be like them. I want to get it right. And I think there's a lot of trans people, a lot of binary trans people, trans men, trans women alike, who want to emulate that specificity of gender, so that when they get seen at a glance, I know I have this self-awareness of how I look, especially in public. I want other people to look at me and see girl. I want that to be the first thing in their head. I want them to immediately register me as female. Which is the whole point of the discussion. We're not reinforcing anything, it's being forced upon us. Yeah, exactly. You know, I can't feel comfortable going out in very gender-neutral clothing. Gender-neutral t-shirt, jeans, and sneakers. Because I know I'll probably be clocked as male, more than likely. Hell, I have clocked cis women, you know, as male, because I looked at them from behind and they're dressed in that gender-neutral kind of style, and then they turn around and I'm just like, that's clearly a cis woman's face. She's got short hair. But again, like, you can't tell either. I think there is a reasonable degree to which you possibly can tell, depending on certain traits, but it is kind of nonsense in a big way. The way that we clock people, I mean, is quite nonsense. So glad that trans people are starting to feel more comfortable streaming on Twitch now. Thank you, Damo. Sorry, I'm not reading chat. I was just trying to get that tangent off my head. Just hang on. Oh, excuse me. Sorry, my leg is itchy. And then we'll come back to passing in a sec. There is an article about passing on Vox that I wouldn't mind glancing at. I've probably just picked at a scab on my leg, I've just realized, and that's probably going to bleed. Cool! Anyway. Don't ooh my oh. I would love to be able to do all my makeup before I stream, but I can't afford any, so I just try to make sure I'm shaven and occasionally use a lipstick. But once I get a job, that'll change. Well, I wish you the best of luck in getting all the lipstick that you want. Well, lipstick and other makeup that you want, I should say. It took me a long time to accumulate a bunch of the makeup that I use now. A few things were given to me, like a lip gloss that I have and a makeup eyeshadow palette that I use. I'm using a pink today, by the way. Did anyone notice my pink? Is that better? I got pink eyeshadow on. Did you notice? I hope you noticed. I did it for you. Anyway, you're off to bed shortly, but it was nice to drop in. Thank you so much, Croc. It's always a pleasure to see you. And it's always a pleasure to raid you whenever I get the chance. I love seeing you live. Looking at your state's DMV page, about to see a vanity plate. Considering uwu ara. Anyways. Yeah, like, yeah, we're not reinforcing anything. It's being forced upon us is a good way to look at this. You know, even as much as we look at gender and we look at the performativity of gender and we look at how so many people are breaking those gender molds in a lot of ways. Or rather, I should say certain people are breaking those gender molds in a lot of ways. And we're hearing about them. Remember the guy who's got like, I think he had like a full beard and a bald shaven head? And he gets around in full-on women's outfits, like the dresses and the work blazers and the high heels and stockings and skirts. And like he's got a full-on feminine wardrobe, but he completely identifies as a man. Right? He's not trans by any stretch. But he is gender non-conforming in a big way. And they wrote a news article about him, and he's not a common individual. I dare say there's a few more out there like him, who are certainly men who get around in women's clothing or women's clothing. Like, again, the gendering of clothing is quite ridiculous. But you look at the outfits he's wearing, and he's very specifically breaking the rules of passing, so to speak. At least with regards to his outfit choices. And, yeah, like you've said, we are being forced into adopting certain gender expressions that, I mean, I like the clothes that I have, I like the way that I present, I like the makeup I wear, I like the fact that I have my hair down. You know, I like passing because it gives me a lot of gender euphoria, but it also comes across as rather unnecessary and forced upon us. And when you see, for example, a woman who is gender non-conforming, in numerous respects, she catches flack for it from certain people, usually men, who are not comfortable with the idea of a woman who doesn't present a certain way. And again, the same with the guy wearing the women's clothing. I'm just going to say women's clothing because it's easier. He, of course, copped a lot of flack. Harry Styles copped a lot of flack for wearing the dress and all that because it's gender non-conforming. And as soon as you break those rules of gender, you are seen as doing something untoward, something that is attempting to break down society to its very core. And it's quite absurd. It's quite ridiculous, you know. Where were we? Believe it is an evolutionary or primitive sense that we can tell which your sex assigned at birth may have been or is, regardless then of the surface choices such as gender expression, which may be different. People can still tell, apologies if I'm wrong, is passing difficult. I'm not sure. Yeah, that one's a bit of a tricky one. There's a lot in there. You're out, Radio Aku. Have a good one. I don't know if that's necessarily true. I don't think there's a lot. But that's a tricky area to traverse as well. It leans into the whole biological essentialism thing, I think. Where were we? Not so. Hang on. Let me go back. Let me see what I missed. It's not specifically haters. We're talking about trans people can't ignore a system. Yeah. No, I think I understand that. But what was the point above that? Is there more to the thread? I'll just spat at myself. I want to get back to that. Let me see. Still physically male presenting, sadly, but your mum's cats have started treating you differently once I started on hormones. In time, I'll both look and smell female. The smell thing's an interesting one, actually. And the thing that really, honestly, debunks, and regrettably, a lot of the time, plastic surgery is involved here. And I think, in certain ways, I still do present... well, I don't present masculine. I don't go out of my way to look masculine by any stretch, but I think I do have certain features that, thanks to the influence of testosterone, I'm never going to be able to get rid of those unless I have a significant amount of money, at least, outward presentation, But yeah, your smell does change after being on HRT for a while. It does. Have a good one, Croc. Thank you so kindly for being here. But yeah, like HRT can change quite a bit. I mean, my hips have broadened. My waist has gotten a bit more curvaceous. Obviously, I have boobs. Don't know why I said it like that. And then my face structure has changed, I think, a bit. It's hard to tell because I know that HRT does redistribute fat, like your fat gets redistributed in your face to different areas, and I look at pictures of old me and I look at pictures of me now, and like Ranting Trans, who rated before, actually was taken aback by when I posted a selfie. What was it? There was a selfie that was posted on Twitter recently. Let me find the exact thread. It was one of those trends of like post yourself from a few years ago, and let me find it. Ranting Trans, yeah, here we go. Show me what you looked like in 2018. And Ranting Trans said, holy shit, I did not recognize you at all. I was like, why is she posting a random dude? Because this is what I looked like in 2018. Right? I mean, I'm pulling a bit of a face there, though, is the thing. There's a very distinct... I'll try to find... I'll see if I can find a normal, neutral face. And the problem is with that is that I'm going to... more than likely, what's it called? More than likely going to find a photo that's, what was I going to say? I forgot. Am I going full femdom? I mean, I'll go full findom. If someone wants to be my, fin sub, I don't know. Okay, here's a relatively neutral face, right? I'll see if I can, does that work? Like, you may be able to see a similarity, but a lot of people, I don't know, what do you think? There's no nudes there on the bottom row, is there? No. Like, do you... I get the suspicion like a lot of people seem to look at those sort of old photos of me, and photos like this, well, yeah, he is like pulling a stupid face like an idiot, and it kind of just looks like a brother or a cousin or something, where... And I think the reason for that is because, yeah, I think as I've been on HRT for long enough, I've been told that fat is redistributed to different areas of the body, and that includes the face. So, for that reason, yeah, it looks like they could be my brother, but not me. Exactly, yeah. Which is a bit of a weird thing, like, to think about. This idea that, yeah, around the eyes is a similarity. In the same way that I guess, I'm not going to show a picture of my sister on stream. She's been on stream before, though, but I'm not going to violate her privacy. But I think it's the same kind of thing there. It's like me and my sister have always been told we look alike, even though there's, say, a 4-year age difference between us. Like, some people have said we look like twins. I don't see it. She doesn't see it. But a lot of people say to us, oh my god, you guys are like identical. It's like we were literally born 4 years apart. We're not twins. And I think that's a good thing if you have the luxury, if you have the privilege of being on HRT like I am, and you have those benefits where the HRT does redistribute your facial fat and your body fat and all of that in ways that it feminizes you or masculinizes you. I mean, trans men get off the hook a lot easier than trans women do with HRT. Trans women still have to deal with body hair. Trans men start growing body hair, and they start, like, testosterone has a noticeable influence on your... It actually can affect your vocal cords. If you go on male HRT, your vocal cords will get affected, your voice will deepen, your face structure will change, your jawline will come in a bit more, your brow ridge will come in a bit more, you'll grow facial hair, you'll grow chest hair, and other body hair and stuff like that. when you've been on HRT, when you've been on man HRT for a while. But yeah, I wish our voice could change as well. It'd be great if estrogen would change trans women's voices, but sadly not the case. It fucking sucks. Luckily here in New Jersey, insurance covers a lot. I'm scheduled for bottom surgery October 18th, and my insurance is paying for almost everything. That's awesome. I actually want to... I'm going to say something right now that might upset some of you, because I know you were looking forward to breasts. I kind of want to change my goal to bottom surgery. I'm going to consult with my endocrinologist soon about the idea of getting bottom surgery done and like pricing it and seeing how much can be covered by Medicare. Because apparently some of it can. I don't know how much, and I'm probably still up for a pretty penny. But it seems like bottom surgery may be an option. And I'm kind of considering putting all of my funding towards bottom surgery instead of top surgery. Which would be... I mean, yeah, boobs are great, but the thing is the HRT has had an impact in that area. The HRT is never really going to invert that down there. And I'm beginning to realize, like, I'm thinking to myself, you know, one day I might be able to save up enough money to get the boobs done. But I think for right now, I kind of want to change the goal to be bottom surgery instead, because I'm beginning to realize I definitely have bottom dysphoria. I do. Definitely not butt dysphoria, though. My butt's amazing. Holy shit. Anyway. Well, I mean, I could get orchy, but then it would... And I mean, I don't have any specific disdain towards the noodle, or whatever you want to call it, because it could still serve a purpose if I had an orchy done. But then if I later decide I want to get full bottom surgery, I'm out of material, and... this is weird the way they phrase it. It's like, oh, don't get orchy done before you get full bottom surgery done. They'll run out of material. And I'm like, that's such a weird way to phrase it. I mean, I get why they phrase it that way. Thought I was a top, though. I could get a strap on. Anyway, that's neither here nor there. We've gotten way off track. Mommy Milkies. Do whatever makes you more happy first. Well, what would make me happy is having the money to afford it in the first place. I'm still pretty happy with the way this has turned out, honestly. It's pretty good, pretty pog. Not gonna lie. So thank you, everyone. I need to figure out, by the way, how to put my money from my bank account into my PayPal account, because PayPal doesn't want to cooperate with me. And I can't seem to put money in there, so I'm stuck at the moment. Until I can figure out how to deposit my Twitch payouts and my other money into my PayPal to add on to that fund. Because I find... Because it's more inconvenient to draw money out of PayPal to then go and spend it on stuff. I don't touch my PayPal money, so I want to put all of my savings into the PayPal. Whereas if it's just sitting in the savings bank account that I have, I'm more tempted to grab at it, and I shouldn't. If you don't want to plow, yeah. I haven't had the opportunity to... I'm going to be completely blunt. Since transitioning, I have not had the opportunity to get in bed with someone, you know, a combination of both lockdown and just a general lack of the horny, or maybe I don't understand the horny anymore, whatever the horny is for me these days. So in a big way, I look at the concept of plowing, and I think to myself, I would more than likely experience dysphoria if I was in the male position, which is an interesting little complexity that I would have to deal with if I ever get back in the sack. You know, holding off on bottom for a while, hoping on CRISPR to come through for making gonads procedure the opposite hormone. Produce the opposite hormone. Oh, I see. Insurance need to get with the program. FFS and VFS should be seen as medically needed. I agree. I do agree. I think those should be covered by the Medicare system. There's no reason they shouldn't be. Came out and it was like it was the greatest thing for your sex life. Well, that's good. Yeah, at the moment, I'm kind of just fumbling about on dating apps. I'm like, I don't even know what I want. I want a companion. I want someone to cuddle, but I don't know if I want sex. Don't forget the boobs reference was to trans men have a lot of advantages with HRT. Oh yeah, true. Trans women do get boobies. I'm so amazed that I pissed off TERFs on Twitter with the boobies discussion. Oh, hang on. Let me end this recording, because we're not really talking about the passing thing anymore. We're just sort of rambling at the end of the stream. It's fun. We got about 20 minutes left. We're just going to chill out and hang. I'm assuming you're all drinking at this point. We're vibing. if it's the middle of the day somewhere, wherever you are, like in Norway or whatever, I hope you're day drinking, because day drinking's poggers. Can still stretch afterwards with dilators. True. But I would like to go for the most optimal circumstance, you know. One of the things you never understood why you never enjoyed sex. I'm going to be completely blunt. I was definitely a notches in the bedpost kind of person before I came out. Now I don't even want to do that, and I have much more of a drive towards intimacy with a person specifically. My room is pretty. Thank you, Geordie. What was I going to say? I've forgotten what I was saying. Yeah, I had problems with intimacy before, and I became a notches in the bedpost kind of person because of the fact that I sort of had this mental detachment from sex, but I knew it was this male what's it called, prestige. You know, that was the specific thing there. Go and sleep with as many women as you can, then you're a real man. I fell deep into that bullshit. I didn't get very far with it, mind you, but still, you know. And like looking back now, I'm just like, it was purely for the physical release. It had nothing to do with any kind of other enjoyment of it. It was purely just a physical thing. So, and now I kind of have some level of resentment towards sex in that regard, which I have to deal with, I guess. You know. I love tea too. Tea is good. Tea is fun. Tea is very poggers. What kind of tea do you drink? At the moment, I've got chamomile, Earl Grey, and green tea in my pantry. And I need to start looking at some other options. I should get some other teas. I should pester Richie Two Teas for some
I
advice.
see you.
Hey, USA hole. How's it
Welcome,
going?
friends.
Welcome to the Road Group, friends. How is it hanging? What's the news? We haven't done much socialism tonight. We didn't do socialism. We just picked on some conservative dipshits who were talking about nonsense for a solid hour. Raid! How was your stream? What were you getting up to tonight? Tell us all about it. Oh, let me see if I can type now because I've had alcohol in my system. Politics. What were you talking about in politics? I'm not a good politic person. I should be more politics. You can't wait till tomorrow, Demacia. What's tomorrow? Most conservatives are just dipshits, aren't they? Well, we were looking at specifically just these reactionary douchebags who started off on... it was an 11-minute video. And they started off on not understanding non-binary genders and sexualities related to being non-binary. Then they spun off on a tangent that led them down a path of, like, racism, sexism. Obviously, transphobia was in there, but hating on the media. And it was like... And it was all just nonsensical bumbling about, rabbling and screeching and shitting their pants, and they just made not the slightest bit of sense. Meanwhile, they were going, and porn, sex. It was a whole thing. Anyway. And by the way, for anyone who forgot, Tony Cummies should now become a character on this stream, I think. We need to bring Tony Cummies into the whole situation. You've made way too many tea jokes since starting on tea. Nice. Start work at 11:30. Ooh, very nice, very nice. Cool. Rui Boss. I'll give that a look. NB Gang, rise up. Oh. Excuse me. But yeah, it was really, really bizarre that this guy brought up a TikTok of a person. I'm just gonna revisit. It was a bigotry bingo video. It really was. He brings up a TikTok of somebody explaining these different sexualities relating to non-binary genders, right? And the non-binary person, was explaining what every word meant in that discussion. Explaining what, for example, trixic meant and what toric meant, and what was it, feminimoric and virimoric, and like they were literally outlining what every single word meant. They were telling the viewer, I understand the concepts now, having just watched that very short TikTok. And these guys were just completely narcissistically saying, that's just a bunch of babble and nonsense. It's like they literally just gave you the definition for free. Sorry, I'm stuck on this. It's so dumb. I can't imagine being proud of that, being that ignorant. That's just a bunch of gibberish. Back in my day, we only had males and females. Back in your day, people were trying to tame stegosauri. Actually quite intimidated by bottom surgery, because there are so many different opinions and where to go to do the surgery and who does the best result. Wish every part in the world gave you the best result possible. Agreed. I realize that, you know, the best result is just going to be the best that the surgeon can do for me, which might not be the most desirable result, sadly. And I don't know. I'm just going to have to cope with that. I'm just going to have to deal with that when the time comes. Chuds are dumb as a brick. By the way, Masquerade, thank you so kindly. I appreciate that. There's my cat, speaking of Smudge. I didn't even say his name. He knew. He was aware. I know humans never existed with dinosaurs. I'm calling him a troglodyte. I'm calling him whatever came before humans. He just, like, kept sticking it out like patches from Dark Souls. Surviving through the ages unnecessarily. Smudge made a great entrance, then fucked off out the door. Anyway, commies are transing out kids. Fucking poggers. Hell yes. Used to have a cat named Smudge. It's a good name, isn't it? It's a great name. But yeah, I'm still caught up on this. Let me see if I can find the. See if I can find the article I was reading. Well, I mean, there is a book called The Psychology of Stupidity, but that's not what I was looking at. How do I find I want to find my history. No, not manage history. Yesterday. Let me see if I can find it. No, that's yes. No. I don't know if I can find it. Where is it? Adolescence. I've been reading about adolescence because I'm writing a video that touches on that topic. Gender stereotypes? No. I can't find it. I was referring to a video earlier. Not a video. I was referring to an article earlier that talked about, yeah, like we've touched on a lot tonight. Malicious stupidity versus dumbness. And now I'm really stuck on this idea. It's ingrained in my head and I can't get it out of my head. I wonder if it's in, hang on. I feel like it's in the philosophy subreddit. Communism. Why do I feel like it's in the philosophy subreddit? But I'm certain it was a psychology website. I mean, I know the ideas intersect. Here we go. I found it. Why some of the smartest people can be very stupid. Now, I don't want to take this as factual. Commie cummies. Tony cummies. Can we bring back Tony Cummies? Do we want to watch more Tony Cummies? I never want to watch another video of that man ever again. But I do find this particular article rather relevant. But like, stupidity is a very specific cognitive failing. Crudely put, it occurs when you don't have the right conceptual tools for the job. The result is an inability to make sense of what is happening and resulting tendency to force phenomena into crude, distorting pigeonholes. Let's see here. Stupidity is also compatible with a kind of misguided innovation. Consider a country that excitedly imports new conceptual tools not from a past time but from a very different place. Global debates over social justice, for example, are now dominated by a set of ideas and terms taken from the United States, a nation marked by an incredibly specific historical and cultural trajectory. Simply transferring that framework to other countries, such as those in which class is less starkly radicalized, for example, states reliant on exploiting white migrant labor from Eastern Europe, or in which it is racialized in much more complex ways. For example, states such as South Africa is conceptually and socially risky. Make me say cursed shit if you keep... Please, go as cursed as you want. It's dropping out for... Oh, yeah. Yeah, the internet's not behaving tonight, and I'm going to reset my modem tonight, and hopefully that'll fix it. But I don't know if it's my end. I don't know if it's Telstra. It's definitely not you guys. Like, my OBS is misbehaving at the moment, which is a pain in the arse, of course. It's a massive pain in the arse. I don't want to have to deal with it, but that's where we're at right now. Reminds you of how conservatives react to the latest woke cartoon for kids. It's always never as bad as they make it out to be. Exactly. And I think this next part here, this is honestly the thing that worries me about this article is it's referring to writings of a Nazi, I think, which is always great, you know. A few years before he died in exile from Nazism, the Austrian novelist Robert Musil delivered a lecture in Vienna on stupidity. At its heart, the idea was that stupidity was not mere dumbness, not a brute lack of processing power. Dumbness was straightforward, almost honorable. Stupidity was something very different and much more dangerous. Dangerous precisely because some of the smartest people, at least dumb, were often the most stupid. So that's the point that I am looking at. We're not agreeing with Nazis, don't worry. But I think the concept here has at least some hints we can use to analyze certain particular talking heads at least. Been in several rooms since last night. Maybe it's a Twitch thing then. Do you think it's maybe a Twitch thing? I should look online and see if like Twitch... Yeah, Twitch may be having an issue. Okay. Hang on. No. Twitch lagging issues. Nothing that's recent. So it's not just me. Okay. Has Twitch said anything on Twitter? Usually they don't, because they're terrible at this. For site issues, follow Twitch support. We're investigating an issue preventing some users from gifting subscriptions. No. Okay, that's frustrating. I hope they'll address it tomorrow. Tech is a blessing and a curse, it is. So it's not OBS, it's actually Twitch. Be as cursed as you want, not the one who'll have to experience the shame and self. True, not my fault. Okay. I want to read some more of this. I want to read some more of this to you folks and see if you like this idea or not. So, we've established that dumbness, for example... No, he died in exile from Nazism. But anyway. Dumbness is rigid and... What's the phrasing used here? Dumbness was straightforward and almost honorable. Like was mentioned earlier, I think... Here's the article, if you want to read the whole thing. I've read the whole thing. I just want to gloss through some of the ideas here, because this ties back to what we were watching before and ties back to a lot of the talking heads we react to. But, hang on. So where were we? Stupidity will... Let me skip ahead a bit. Stupidity is rather one specific and stubborn cause of error. Historically, philosophers have worried a great deal about the irrationality of not taking the available means to my goals. Tom wants to get fit, yet his running shoes are quietly gathering dust. The stock solution to Tom's quandary is simple willpower. Stupidity is very different from this. It is rather a lack of the necessary means, a lack of the necessary intellectual equipment. Combating it will typically require not brute willpower, but a construction of a new way of seeing ourselves in our world. Such stupidity is perfectly compatible with intelligence. Haig was by any standard, a smart man. Indeed, at least in some I can't read. I'm dyslexic. Indeed, in at least some cases, intelligence actively abets stupidity by allowing pernicious rationalization. When Harry Houdini, the great illusionist, took Arthur Conan Doyle, the inventor of Sherlock Holmes, through the tricks underlying the seances in which Conan Doyle devoutly believed, the author's reaction was to concoct a ludicrously elaborate counter-explanation as to why it was precisely the true mediums who would appear to be frauds. That's interesting. Getting buffering on another Aussie stream too. Yeah, well, I looked up Telstra, and Telstra doesn't seem to be having any issues either, so it might well be a Twitch thing, but maybe not everyone on Twitch. Noted all sorts of gremlins across 5 different streams since last night. Well, that's not good. Got the lag too. Stupidity has two features that make it particularly dangerous when compared with other vices. First, unlike character flaws, stupidity is primarily a property of groups or traditions, not individuals. Does this make sense to you folks? Like the ideas that I'm reading out here. After all, we get most of our concepts, our mental tools from the society we are raised in. Suppose the problem with Haig had been laziness. There was no shortage of energetic generals to replace him. But if Haig worked himself to the bone within the intellectual prison of the 19th century military tradition, then solving the difficulty becomes harder. You will need to introduce a new conceptual framework and establish a sense of identity. That's just all military stuff. I want to talk about the broader concepts, not the military. Once stupidity has taken hold of a group or society, it is thus particularly hard to eradicate. Inventing, distributing, or normalizing new concepts is tough work. This is what's... It's kind of astounding, actually, that I was just reading this article yesterday, and then we found this video that perfectly illustrates the point that I think it's trying to make. I mean, my interpretation of it, at least. Connection is still unstable. Pain in the arse. I suppose we'll raid somebody in just a moment. Jelly has sent me a link to somebody who's doing a charity stream to save the kids. Hell yes. Hell yes. We like saving the kids. So how about we do that? How about we go set off on a raid, and like tomorrow we can do a little bit more stuff that I don't technically understand. Should we do that? What's this an ad for? Oh, is this Skyward Sword? I think this is an ad for the Skyward Sword remake for Nintendo Switch. I'm getting an ad for Skyward Sword. Yeah, Skyward Sword HD. Should we go raid? Should we go? Are you still even there? I feel like the lag has just killed the stream. Oh, they're playing it. Wait, what the fuck? I got an ad for the game, and they're streaming the game. Anyway, is the stream still going at all? It's still going? Okay. Issues were intermittent, not constant. Okay. Well, yeah, it's been kind of on and off tonight. We've had good periods of not lagging. But then it quickly, goes right back to being unstable, which is such a pain in the ass. My first stream back in like 6 days, and we get confounded with technical issues. Anyway, thank you all for hanging out tonight. I'm going to call it there. We did get through the stream at the very least. We didn't get to watch this one, though. We'll watch this tomorrow. Milk. We'll watch Milk. The milk you should be drinking. And we'll do a bit of proper socialism tomorrow. Bit of socialism. Alright, sound good? That sounds good. Sounds pog. Sounds poggers. Alright, if you're not already following me on all my other socials, those are. I am uploading to TikTok lately. So expect something out of that very soon. Out of tonight's stream, probably. I'm going to try to start uploading TikToks from at least once per stream. Because I want to grow my TikTok over there. You just got back from the shop. Well, now we're about to raid. There we go. We're going to head over to Rainbow. We're going to go say hi. But yeah, we were just talking about stupidity. I was talking about stupidity. Nobody else was. Nobody else was paying attention to the point I was trying to make. Although my perspective on it is that there is a form of malicious stupidity. And that article that I linked in chat does talk about the intellectual side of stupidity. Anyway, thank you so much for hanging out, everybody. I'm sorry I put